Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and all that. Let's see if everything works today, shall we? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you very much for being here. Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire. He's back in the friendly confines.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Video today.
A video back.
The whole bit. Marie Santora is in Los Angeles, California.
What up?
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Bill, yesterday, I had this whole room to myself.
How was it?
There was no video. It was just me in here. It was glorious. It was fantastic.
Do you want me to go home?
Bye.
Not saying that, but I'll tell you what. Mary and Cody and I, we really got to know each other.
Oh.
We've been working together for a while. I've never met them in person, so it was really, really exciting. Ironic, too, for me to finally meet them when they're in two different studios, in two different states,
Well,
quite frankly.
Lived up to the hype.
Oh, boy, did it. It certainly did.
I got a ride from Poundcake today to pick up my car, and it was
in his new ride.
In his new ride, I still have the same old car that I've had. It's got a little work done, and he dropped me off at Terry's, and he somehow took longer to get back to the studio than I did.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had to go and get my car, and they had to tell me what was going on within there, all that stuff. So I was there for a few minutes, and I get here, and he's still not here yet. How did I beat you back here, Poundcake?
First of all, I want to know what you thought. Do you think I got into a car accident? Did
No.
you think I got abducted? What did you think?
I absolutely thought you...
He thought you were driving the speed limit the whole way.
Got lost, yes. I thought you got lost.
Well, little do you know, I did get lost.
Dude, it's like down the street.
I didn't take the same roads. For some reason.
2 turns.
I don't understand how anyone gets lost anymore with their phone.
Well, I didn't plug it into my phone. I thought I had it under control. It's not even Bill's fault.
So what did you do?
I'm going to tell you, but I would just want to preface this by saying I was irritated just because it threw off my morning routine. I'm used to doing the same thing every day. Every minute, every second is allotted from the time I start my morning job to the time I get here. So throwing a wrench in that just kind of throws me off and it gets me discombobulated. So
I'm like you. I feel you on that.
So
I appreciate the ride. So
I know.
and I'm sorry I threw off your routine.
Again, it's not your fault. Life happens, and I would fully expect one of you to do the same thing for me, and I'm pretty sure you have, I'm sure, at some point over the years.
You blew it!
But when I was on the east side, I'm like, okay, this is also a place I'm not too familiar with. The only time I've ever gone to the east side is if I'm going to Leather Stallion or I'm going to the bathhouse. So that's like what I'm most familiar with. And I was like, okay, I kind of recognize this area. I know to get back towards where I need to go, not my house, but towards the downtown direction.
Why didn't you just put work in Google Maps?
Because I didn't think it was that serious. I thought there was.
No, I see.
I thought there was.
He thought he was
exit.
going to big boy it. He thought he was going to
Yeah,
just.
I knew where to go. I'm a Clevelander.
Isn't Terry's 10 minutes east of here?
Not even. It's like
less
4
than
minutes.
that.
You
Right.
just take, what is it, St. Clair?
It's right down St. Clair.
Yeah, it's right
all the way
St.
down
Clair,
to 9th.
So instead of taking the road that I came on, the entire road that leads to downtown, I'm thinking I'm gonna go turn and get on the freeway. I got on the freeway and I took it all the way down because I'm like, there's got to be an East 9th exit. No, not 90. Because there's a 77 exit that goes south. And I'm like, I don't get on that because that goes south. And so I'm like, oh, wait, I'm getting on 90. The only time it breaks is when you go to 71 and then 90 all the way down.
Did you go all the way to 44th?
I went to 14th.
14th. Okay.
I got off
So
on
you got up in
14th.
Tremont. Okay.
He's like circling around the steel yard, and he's
Dude.
No, so I went to 14th, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
like Clark Bar right there.
Abbey Avenue. That's
Soon as I passed Chester, I realized I messed up. Because I was like, we don't take Chester. Chester leads. That's not where I need to go. I need to go to East 9th or Ontario. So there's got to be they closed that exit a long time ago. I don't know why. I thought again it's because I'm thrown off.
1.8 miles. You managed to mess up less than 2 miles and 2 turns.
I should have just stayed on the road, but I didn't think about that. I'm thinking driving straight downtown, more traffic lights.
But doesn't your car tell you which direction? It's a new car. Doesn't your car tell you which direction you're going? And if it says due west, just keep driving west.
I was going the right direction. I knew how to get to downtown. It's just it was a bunch of extra
Obviously,
turns.
you did not.
No, I did. I was downtown. I just didn't get off on at the
You
right
shouldn't
spot.
have gotten back onto the highway. That was
Only you
way
would
messed
already
up.
be downtown and get lost trying to get to downtown.
But the east side, the east side
Stop
is
calling
not,
that the east side. That's
It
not.
is. That's
it's
not
not the east
downtown.
side
It's like
yet.
5 minutes east of here.
So when I
it's
lived,
just on the other side of the CSU campus.
So when I lived on East 30th and Prospect, I had a downtown apartment.
Yes.
That was downtown.
Yes.
Because every
I
time
feel
I
It's
like
not
that,
the east side.
East side doesn't start until after like 55th.
it was
Once you get
Prospect
past
Avenue
MLK,
East.
that's east side.
Yeah.
My address was Prospect Avenue East. So it was past East 30th. And
Well, yes, because address-wise in Cleveland, there's the demarcation line between east and west, but that's not east side.
We're across the street from East 6th Street. That doesn't mean we're on the east side.
it's the east side.
We're on the east side.
Yeah, East 9th is down.
Once you get past the big buildings, once you get past like Wolstein Center, you're on the east side. You're on the east side.
Well, we were about even with the Wolstein Center.
No, we weren't.
Yeah, we were.
No, we weren't.
I just don't know.
We were just up a couple blocks.
Because I used to live right by the Wolstein Center, and we were not by that.
Gwen breaks my balls.
I'm talking about how east we were.
Gwen breaks my balls all the time because no matter where we are, on my phone, I either put home or work. I mean, obviously, I know I get to work, but no matter where. So we had I was talking about this yesterday. We had a long night on Saturday. We went out with our friends, the Beaters and the Burges, had some dinner, went out, had some drinks. So we're taking the Burges home, and they live in Lakewood. And so we're going from the Harbor Inn to Lakewood. Now, I know how to do that, and I also know how to get from their house to our house. I put it in my phone. Gwen goes, you don't even. I go, I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. I don't care. She's breaking my balls. All I have to do is look at my phone. I know where I'm going. She's like, you know where you're going. I don't care. I'm putting it in my phone. I'm not. Why am I going to get lost? Why am I going to be in the wrong lane? It tells me where to go. That's all I need. 2 a.m. That's all I need. Tell me where to go. You got lost going from downtown to downtown.
I got lost going from the east side to downtown.
You should have taken. It's the same street.
Yeah,
and honestly, I can't really give you crap.
Well,
because
he's learned. He's
I
learned
have
something now.
Been on the road and taken the wrong highway multiple times.
But
where
that's
it's like
different than being in the city you live in.
I thought it was quicker. I thought there was an exit.
A few blocks from where you used to live.
Yeah, no, that's true. You're right.
Yeah, how did you get lost in the area you used to live?
Because I didn't go, because I lived over there and I knew it was not downtown, so I didn't go past a certain area. After I got past,
He was too busy throwing hands back then to really pay attention to his surroundings. He had no situational awareness because he was getting in so many scrums.
I probably went up to about west. I ventured out to like West 40th Street. I think there's like a car lot over there that I got my car fixed one time, and that's as comfortable as I was going. Like there's like a Firestone thing over there, and that's just, I'd never walked my dog. I never ventured over that way. Anything that I had to get, I traveled to the east side, or west side. So it is what it is. All
You're
right,
like West 6th, the west side.
It's very fun.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed that.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
I appreciate the ride.
Shut up, Bill. Get out.
Appreciate you dropping me off.
Just get out. I should have just waited and slowed down just a little bit and just pushed him out.
Like he farted in your car. You would have kicked him right out of there and not even thought.
Someone's getting big for his britches if he thinks 2 weeks ago into Orange Theory and he can push me around.
Yeah, right.
No, Bill is not only did I drop him off, but he was particular where I dropped him off. Like
yes,
I'm an Uber
in front
driver.
of the place.
No, he was like, get behind that truck right there. I'm like, okay, I'm behind the truck. He's like, a little further. I'm like, Bill, it's right there. Walk.
Oh, man.
Where did you want?
Listen to him.
Where did you want to drop him off? Why is that such a big ask?
I dropped him off at like a traffic light. It was literally, there was a car on the other side of the intersection that was parked.
It's like when it's like he's your dad taking you to a party and you don't want your friends seeing you getting dropped off.
It wasn't around the block.
Just drop me around the block here at the light.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow,
Cody has been working out for 2 weeks, and he's like, you can walk. This is the same guy who 3 months ago didn't want to do anything.
Well,
sit
he's
on his
feeling
butt
himself
all
now.
day.
That tangerine
"Babe,
hypothesis.
Just you could take a couple steps.
To the point that I get lost. I'm feeling myself so much.
Don't forget where you came from, brother. You had Hawaiian rolls underneath your boobies. You had crumbs tucked away for later munching.
I don't remember where I came from, clearly.
Oh, my God.
Good
You're
for
insufferable. He's going to get a downtown loft apartment, and we're never going
Good
to hear
for
the end of this
him.
guy.
That's the best part of evolving is leaving everyone behind in the dust.
And it'll be the real downtown.
Is forgetting everyone you ever met.
Oh, God.
I got a break. Want some money? I'll have that for you closer to 2:30. Another chance for you to go fund to yourself is $1,000 with all these keywords, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
coffee and grab a $1 donut. No matter how you run, dunk and run. A $1 donut with any medium or larger coffee. Exclude specialty donuts and fancies. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
What are you guys doing here?
They have to be here.
What are you doing here?
What's your excuse?
Back to the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to talk to us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send a text. Your Cavaliers play tonight in New York. They're playing the Knicks at 7:30. So 7 o'clock is when Cavs Live pregame begins here on MMS. Teams are pretty evenly matched. Cavs Knicks. That's Walt Frazier and the New York Knickerbockers tonight on WMMS. And on the iHeartRadio app, by the way. DeMar DeRozan, who plays for my Chicago Bulls, he joined the 1,000 game club last night.
Hey, good for him.
There are only 150 professional basketball players to ever play 1,000 games.
That's really cool, then.
And he became the 151st. I think if you go back, because I think he got drafted by Toronto. Isn't that where he came from? They sent him to Chicago from the Raptors.
I think because he came to Chicago from the Spurs, because he got traded with Kawhi Leonard. But I think he was on another team before he ended up with Toronto. But
he was with them for a while, and I got to tell you, I don't know that anybody would have thought that DeMar DeRozan would be having the career that he's had, because he's 33. He's not young, but he's not old. He's in the starting five for the Bulls.
He was drafted by Toronto.
Okay. So the Bulls are just his third team.
Mm-hmm.
So he's played 1,000 games as of last night.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of games, isn't it? 1,000 games?
I had to look up to see how many games are in a season. It's only 82. So how long has he been doing it? 15 years?
I mean, he got drafted, I think, in 2009.
Yeah.
No, 9 or 10, years. I think.
14.
Now, are they counting playoff games or no?
Don't know about that.
Okay.
Don't know. I obviously follow the Bulls, and they put a big blast about DeMar DeRozan.
So it looks like it doesn't count the playoff games because it shows all the games he's played every season, and it's not showing
regular season games. Yeah.
More than that.
Well, there you go. He's averaging 26 points a game.
He's a good player.
Yeah, great player. Happy to have him.
He's on a terrible team, but
the Chicago Bulls.
Are they terrible this year? I don't even know.
The Bulls?
Yeah.
They're like third in the conference, I think, aren't they?
I don't know about
the Bulls?
Third in the conference, maybe.
Third in the Central, sorry. Yeah, no, they're in the bottom half in the East. No, I mean, they're not doing great, but they are usually not doing great. I mean, sometimes, I don't know.
They're behind.
They're not doing as well as the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's for friggin' sure.
Yeah.
Frickin' sure.
Evan Mobley had a great game on Saturday. Looking good.
I heard about that.
Very dominant. 38 points.
They still couldn't manage to beat
the
paper-thin Warriors, could they?
We're talking about
the
Saturday.
paper. 4 of their 5 starters are out, and the Cavs lose to the Warriors.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
Youch. Youch.
I had a weird Friday night, too, though. I did a private gig for these people that all get together at a campground.
Is this like an Illuminati thing, or?
No, this is just, rednecks that wanted to get together and drink with their friends that they drink in the summer with, but it was winter. So they rented out a bunch of rooms at a hotel. They got a conference room, and me and a few of my comedian friends went in there and told some jokes. And it was very funny because I've done things like this a bunch of times. So I knew exactly what it was going to be. But some of the comics that I brought hadn't been in a situation like that. And they...
Did you prep them at all, or you just want to throw them in the deep end?
I prepped them a little bit, but they also, that's one of those things where you can't really learn how to do it right until you do it. And so as each comic went on, like they kind of got their footing a little bit. But the first guy, Gabe, he was having a real tough time just getting people to not answer every line that he was saying with a line of their own. And I was like, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, man.
You are taming lions right now.
Call and response.
If you do ask them questions, they have answers. They're chatty. They want to talk. So stop asking questions. That's one thing that's a good thing to get out of your act when you're in a situation like that. Asking the rhetorical questions.
Hey, did you ever
not
notice?
a good idea.
Yeah, I did notice that one time, man.
That reminds me of a lot of things.
I do remember that. Hey, you guys ever see that thing? I did see that.
I did see that, and let me tell you my recollection.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you finish, but...
A couple of customers were out there. They go to that campground. It was overall a very fun night, but it was just funny watching the new guys kind of have that baptism by fire.
Never feared for anyone's safety, though.
No,
out there
not
in the
at
woods.
all.
Oh, right.
No, there was
good.
a moment.
No squealing like a pig or.
There was a moment where every woman that was in the audience got up and hugged one of the comedians while he was performing, which was not anything
What
I've ever seen
precipitated
before.
that? Why?
I don't even remember exactly, but I think, it's because he had a bald head, and one lady wanted to touch it, and then she gave him a hug, and then they all just got up and gave him a hug. It was really random and hilarious.
Oh, they all got up and hugged one comedian.
One comedian. Right in the middle of his set, and then just sat down like nothing happened.
Halfway through, she just goes, this guy's performing. I want to touch his head.
Yep.
Yeah.
She was really enamored by his head.
She at least rub oil into it or?
No, she just kind of
wanted to touch it.
Touched it and then gave him a hug, and then a few others followed, and you got a little hug train going.
It is amazing. I don't even want to shake people's hands. I will fist bump you as a greeting, right? These other people, they're like, let me feel your head.
I get a lot of
What?
hugs. I'm a huggy person. People want to hug me, and I'm cool with it. I'll hug you.
Hugs.
I feel like I
Jesus.
give that vibe off where it's like, come on, let's embrace.
Oh, it's so archaic. Hugs.
I've had people, with our customers, that they'll usually ask, but when I was in Sacramento, there's a lot of people that were relating to the story I told about my son, and they were all like some of them had tears in their eyes and they wanted to hug me. So that I was happy to do so. But that's not the common.
So they were giving
place
you
for me.
wet hugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a video going around. You said that they got up in the middle of the bald comedian set. There's a video going around of Sean Murphy, who I think is a Buffalo guy.
Yeah, he is from Buffalo originally.
He's in New York, and a girl stood up in the middle of his set and asked her to take a picture of him and her and her friend.
Yeah.
So he's on stage, and she goes to hand him her phone, and she's like, will you take a picture of us? And he's like, what is happening right now? Like, I cannot believe that you are interrupting my set to take a picture of you. And her and her friend were like, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, just take a picture of us. And he's like, I am literally doing jokes right now. It's absolutely wild, the things that people think
I get. What
are
do you
okay.
think that? I mean, I was doing stand-up a long time ago, and you'd get hecklers and things like that. Is it just phones with cameras? Is that? I mean, other than hecklers, obviously, we wouldn't have people stopping, going with their camera, going, "Hey, would you mind?"
That's a once in a lifetime. I've never seen that before.
But just people feel so comfortable doing all kinds of weird things on the spectrum when someone is performing in front of them. Where did that come from?
What
is it?
I don't know.
Does it come from now? Does it come from now? Everyone is an entertainer. Like the audience is an entertainer too.
Well, it's main character syndrome.
They're on TikTok or they're on.
I think it's main character syndrome.
Yeah,
where
this chick's just a narcissist. I think.
Yeah,
I think this is isolated.
Right, like a 21-year-old hot girl that is like, well, why wouldn't this guy who's kind of goofy looking? He's lucky to take my picture.
But he's clearly in the middle of doing something.
Like he is on stage.
If she were seeing Nickelback, she wouldn't yell, "Could you take a picture of me in the middle of your song?"
Look at this photograph!
Right.
Please take my photograph.
You know, it just made me think, since you're singing this song, that maybe you could take a picture of me.
Right.
Are we all going to Nickelback in August?
I want to go.
Hey, Mary wants to go because it's a couple of hill rods opening up, right?
Okay.
Like
Brantley Gilbert.
Well,
I don't know
right.
the other guy, but Brantley Gilbert's very good.
Joe Diffie, I don't know.
There's no crab flag water.
That's right. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. A chance for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
People are fascinated by Poundcake's inability to get downtown from where he was. Just
from downtown.
A little bit on the,
It was not downtown. It was not downtown. Is Asia Town downtown?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
is
not.
the Near East Side.
It's by downtown. When you have an apartment over there or you live over there, you live just out of downtown. I lived over by where I think Channel 5, the ABC. Is that downtown?
Yep.
No, it's
That's
not.
all downtown.
It's not downtown. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Yes,
Why
I
didn't
got
you
lost.
point your car toward our many skyscrapers
Right.
and just go that way?
It's not that I didn't know that St. Clair led downtown. I thought I would get there quicker by taking the freeway. I thought there was an exit. I didn't want to get stopped by all the traffic lights. For some reason, I thought that there was going to be like a lot of traffic going into downtown. Because I wasn't in downtown.
Sounds like somebody that doesn't know downtown, because if there's not a basketball or baseball or football game going on or a concert,
Nobody's driving.
Yeah, you're like, there's a little bit of rush hour in the morning, but that's about all.
That is correct.
Brian is like that with avoiding traffic lights, where he will take a longer route that has less traffic lights, because he grew up on the east side in Chesterland, where there's like no
Just east
people.
of downtown?
Just east of downtown. He grew up on the east side. The actual east side. Yeah.
East 13th.
Chesterland, well, excuse me, that's actually a pretty nice area.
It is, but it's also like not farms, but like
It's
there's
out there.
Yeah, it's out there, and so that's his
country.
biggest complaint living on the west side. He's like, there's too many stoplights. So whenever we go anywhere, if he can take a parkway or something like that, he would much rather do that. And I'm like, dude, this adds like, I mean, this grand scheme of things is like 7-8 minutes, but I'm still like, he goes out of his way to avoid traffic lights.
Is he the pride of West Geauga High?
I don't think so.
You don't know where your boyfriend went to high school.
Why does it matter? He's 36.
I'm just surprised that you don't know where he went to high school.
I have no idea.
Huh. Seems like something that would have come up.
It probably has. I just don't remember. Is that an important thing you need to know about?
He knows
somebody?
where you went to high school.
I'm not saying it's
We live in this city. I went to high school.
I'm
It's
not saying
different.
it's important. I'm saying I'm
Safe
surprised
bets.
you don't know.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's a like a staple
Clearly.
question that you ask somebody. It doesn't matter.
Not to you.
Does it matter to you?
To me?
You're
I'm
you're
not talking about me.
50.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you. I'm surprised you don't know where your boyfriend went to high school.
I feel like that's not an important detail in an adult relationship.
Clearly.
Why would it be?
I'm not saying it's important. It's one of those things that comes up over the natural course of a conversation during like a relationship. Like, oh, in high school. He has to have mentioned high school, and that means you never said, and where was that?
It doesn't matter to me. I don't care where he went to
I
high
know
school.
it doesn't. I'm saying I'm surprised it's never come up.
I'm
not
sure,
that you
what
asked
I'm saying
him.
is I'm sure that it has, and
Oh,
I just didn't,
you didn't
commit it to memory.
Gotcha.
Because to me, that's not an important detail.
I see.
I need to make room for all the important things in my life. Okay?
Such
I don't have a
as?
lot of brain space up here.
Such as?
Brantley Gilbert lyrics. That takes up a lot of space in my brain.
Honey,
okay?
I know you told me, but the Brantley Gilbert lyrics pushed it right out.
Can you use Brantley Tolbert lyrics as like a
As a
mnemonic
device?
to remember
I could
where he went to
try.
high school?
Yeah.
Drinking
I have no
on
idea.
Saturday, church on Sunday, went to West Geauga High. That's got to be in there somewhere.
On Monday.
Yeah.
I know he lived in Euclid for a while. And
Yeah.
he went to school there because he lived with his mom in Euclid. I think he went to high school in Euclid.
All right. Well,
I don't
it's.
know, man.
I guess there's no way to know. We'll never know where he went. And, of course, we don't care. I'm just surprised it's not anything that you could conjure up if somebody was like, oh, where'd your boyfriend go to school? And you go, huh? You know, because you're right. I'm 51. You guys, high school was like
He's
25.
36.
Right. That's not even 20 years ago.
Yes, it is.
No. You get out of high school when you're about 17 or 18 years old, right?
Sure, but I guess he started it when he was 14.
Yeah.
It was 22 years ago. It doesn't seem relevant.
You know, I'm going to a bar this Saturday night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because they're having local high school trivia.
This is exactly my point. When would this help me? When would this information be relevant
I just think
to my
it's
life?
funny. I just think it's funny. That's all.
Well, this Saturday night, I have a show on the east side at the 9.
On East 9th Street.
East 9th Street.
Yeah.
So is the
Okay, can you make it all the way to the east side to get to Bill's show at the 9?
Probably not.
He would
All
go
right.
toward like downtown, like Public Square.
Yep.
Jump on 2.
He'd make
wrap around.
That's right. He'd get on Lake. He would he'd get down here. He'd go around Public Square, make the left on West 6th.
So he could get off on East 9th.
Is
Yeah,
the
there you
Agora
go.
downtown?
Huh?
Yes, all of that is downtown.
The Masonic Temple's downtown?
Yes.
It's not downtown.
Well, then why are you asking us? If you've already got your mind made up, why are you asking us?
Because you guys are going out of your way to make me look stupid rather than...
You're doing a fine job doing that. We're not doing anything to make you look
I
stupid.
admitted my mistake.
Yes, we're piling on.
Nah. You're not about to say it's downtown. It's not downtown.
Downtown.
Yes, it is. It 100% is.
Okay. Well, this is one of those things where everybody has their own idea of where, because some people go, that's not downtown, that's midtown.
Well,
like
where does
anybody pays a
downtown
point
end?
to downtown or midtown. Huh?
What street does downtown end then?
Well, again,
55th.
I guess that's
Yeah,
where
I say
people.
55th. And
That's where
25th
people-
on the other side.
All right.
Like when you
Once
go
a new
over the
neighborhood
bridge to West
begins.
25th Street. Yeah.
Past 55th, people say, is the east side.
Yeah.
But Bill Squire is going to be doing a show on the east side. That's on Saturday night?
That's Saturday night, 8 p.m. at the 9 on East 9th Street.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
The 9.
It says East
Yeah, you can get
in the
tickets
title.
at billsquire.com.
Oh, boy. That's going to be very exciting. Is that in the round?
No, that's just they have like a little black box theater there. That's very cool.
Yeah.
It's very fun.
The Alex Theater.
Alex Theater.
Named after Alex Baldwin, of course. Famous
Yes, Alex Baldwin.
famous actor
he grew
who's
up on
finding
the east
himself
side of America.
in a bit of litigation. All right. Alan Poundcake is literally going out of his way to look stupid.
He did.
That's okay.
This is what we get now. He's got all this extra energy from working out and eating right. So now he's not as docile.
I did have 2 yogurts today.
Docile.
He's not as docile as he was. You had 2 yogurts.
I had 2 yogurts.
Like the tiny ones?
On 2 Activias. I don't know.
Activia?
Oh,
If they're
get your vagina in
I was going to say, yeah.
in tow.
What are you, collecting Social Security or something?
No, I like the yogurt.
Activia. It's poop yogurt, right?
It's probiotic yogurt. It's supposed to just like fix your gut.
You got a bad gut?
I don't know. I'm trying to
It's probably just on sale.
get my gut down. Well, I like the taste of it. I like that yogurt.
What flavor?
It's strawberry and blueberry. I get the combo pack.
Ooh.
And then, I had like a chicken wrap and some coffee this morning, so I'm lit.
You had a chicken. You had Activia and coffee. He's pitting a diuretic and a laxative against one another to see who wins. This guy, no wonder he's feeling himself.
I'm in the I have a really bad habit. I'm not hungry when I first wake up. I don't want breakfast. Like I try to make myself eat, but it's torture trying to make myself eat. So I have coffee.
Torture.
But they say you're not supposed to like have coffee on an empty stomach. So then I was like,
That's
all
gonna make it's a appetite suppressant. That's gonna make you want to eat even less if you eat.
That's why I forced myself to eat after I had some coffee.
You should drink water when you first wake up, and then have a piece of toast, and then have coffee. Do whatever you want. Why am I telling you what to do? You're a grown man.
You are a grown man. Just do what you want to do.
I have water. I just don't have any bread in my house, so I have to go have tortillas.
Yeah, toast up a tortilla, put some butter on it, or jelly, whatever you
Tortilla.
prefer.
Dip it in your Activia.
Make a breakfast quesadilla with jelly and peanut butter.
Think
inside of
about
your-
it. We don't even have a toaster. That's why we never have any bread. I don't have a toaster. We don't own a toaster.
You need
You
a
never have
toaster?
any bread because you don't have a toaster?
I'll give you my toaster. I want to buy a new one.
Well, we don't have the counter space.
You
Put it
don't have the
under the
counter
sink.
space for a toaster?
We already have like a little island, so we can have like a microwave because that was taking up too much space. So we had the microwave. We have like a smoothie or like a magic bullet.
Oh, so you have room. You just have other things there.
Well, yeah, on the list of like.
It's like the Brantley
stuff.
Gilbert lyrics have pushed everything off the counter of your mind, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess I didn't make a toaster a priority.
Hmm.
Because neither one of us have it that much.
Understood. You don't have cooked bread all that often.
No.
I've got to take a break. You want to shoot a text to me? Do that, 35192. Want to watch? You can do that today. Go to AlanCoxShow.com. Listen wherever on the iHeart Radio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Igor Beaver,
our program director, yes.
our boss, he did not have a good morning because he got a speeding ticket. The cop says, okay, give me your driver's license. And the guy goes, can I ask you a question? What sex are you? What? And Rob goes, what? Well, he has a new driver's license and it says female.
Does it really?
That's what happened to Hank Hill. How
now,
do you?
The name Igor Beaver sounds so dirty.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy, three-time Pro Bowler. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Cavs guard Donovan Mitchell is listed as probable to play tonight against his hometown Knicks. Mitchell missed Cleveland's last 3 games with a bad groin. Over to the college hardwood tonight. MAC leading Kent State will visit Northern Illinois, while second-place Akron tries to keep pace against Miami. And country star Chris Stapleton's been tapped by the NFL to sing the national anthem at Super Bowl 57. R&B singer Babyface will also perform pregame. I'm Scott Davidson.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
The Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle returns this year to Boston Mills Brandywine on Friday, February 3rd. Get your local Circle K, scan the QR code near the Pepsi display. That's your shot to win your way onto Team Poundcake and compete against my team, Bill's team, and Mary's team. Winning team gets a prize pack including tickets to return to Boston Mills Brandywine and a lot of great Circle K, Pepsi swag, and lots more. The Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, full info at WMMS.com.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcasts that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio. Yeah, if you're looking for a new ride in the new year, Spitzer Auto World has an amazing deal right now. Yeah, it's Steve Waz here. Go payment free in 23. Out at Spitzer Auto World, they're now offering no payments for 90 days plus 0 down. You'll also enjoy Panda protection with the Spitzer Shield, featuring unlimited time and unlimited miles with Spitzer's lifetime powertrain warranty and so much more. So drive into the new year payment free for 3 full months at Spitzer Auto World. Go to spitzer.com to find a location near you.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in Cleveland, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/Cleveland. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit.
WMMS, Cleveland.
We're glad you called us for information about masturbation. It's a subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? You can watch live. Video's back. Bill's back at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you so much to Boxley with Stanchion for assisting back there today. Mary Santora is out in L.A., where she is performing this week.
Yes, I was at the Hollywood Improv last night on Eric Griffin and Friends.
And how did that go? Did you have a chat with Eric Griffin?
Oh, boy. It was okay, is the best way I can describe it.
The chat or the show?
The show. I didn't talk to Eric Griffin. He was hosting, so he was kind of bopping around and stuff. But it was in the small room at the Improv called The Lab, and from pretty much every comic I've talked to has said that like that room is notoriously bad, that it can be okay like at best, and it was very much that last night. It's a small room. There's maybe, oh my God, excuse me, I'm burping.
You okay there? The entire evening is coming back to haunt her.
No, I mean there was probably 30 people in there. It's a small room. It was full, but it was just really hard to get them like rolling with laughter. So they would do the thing where they're like, ha,
and then
like
shut down.
stop. Yeah. But it was a good room. It was nice to get in there. And then I'm at the Comedy Store tonight and Thursday, and Flappers in Burbank on Wednesday.
Do you think there's a reason that because usually a small room like that is great for comedy, like a small room packed out is ideal. Do you think part of the reason people are a little weird there is because they want the big room because they want to see the big name people?
Maybe.
And like that's more like the LA outlook on things.
Honestly, I don't know.
But it's not overflow. Why were those people not in the big room?
Well, they bought tickets to this show.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so they know.
It's just weird that it wouldn't be like
it wasn't
be
great.
Into it.
It was like 5 out of 10. It was fine.
Huh.
I bombed. One of my jokes that works literally everywhere I do it. Bombed real hard last night, where I say, and spoiler alert, I do this in every major city I go to, where I make a joke where I like to sightsee no matter where I go. Like when I come to LA, I play a game called the Sleeper Overdose. But I've said it in San Diego, it kills everywhere I go, it does well. And then it did not get even a titter of laughter last night. And I was like, oh, I forgot people out here are super sensitive. Like, and I mean, there's a big homeless problem.
Yeah, Skid Row is a 5 square mile area that everybody
I understand.
deals
but it
with
was just like, that was the first where I was like, oh, damn. The first part of my set where I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot. I have to kind of adjust to what's going on out here. Yeah, it was good.
All
also, Brian texted me. I texted him and I was like, hey, I miss you. I love you. Can we Zoom tomorrow night? I miss your face. I want to see you. And he goes, no, because you don't know where I graduated high school. So thank you for that, Alan. I appreciate it.
So he agrees with me. It's weird that you don't know where he went to high school.
I just said, can we Zoom tomorrow after work? He said, no, we can't. I was like, what?
I'm going to be zooming out of here, baby.
He said, West Geauga, Mary. So there it is.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. So I was right.
No, you are causing problems in my life, as you all.
No, I'm not.
Do.
You are, because you don't know where he went to high school.
You caused so many
How is that
problems
on me? No, please.
What other problem did he cause?
I don't cause problems.
Oh, I don't know. You're right. He's never.
I didn't tell you to freak out about Torrid.
I didn't freak out.
Yeah,
you were the
right.
one who made the original
Go
joke.
to TikTok. Watch Mary not freak out.
Ha ha ha! Do you wear fat girl pants? And everyone came at me when I said no, but no one came at you.
Well, because your response was Torrid.
But he's the one who made the joke originally.
She was verklempt. It wasn't a joke.
Oh, it wasn't?
I was curious if maybe you ducked into Torrid.
Sure.
Holy moly.
AC conflict starter over here. Causing problems.
Oh, come on. I'm just a little
boyfriend mad at me.
I'm
I lost
just
300 followers.
Come on. I'm
thing.
just a little rascal. I'm just out here having fun, Bill. Isn't that what we're doing?
That's
we're
what I thought we were doing.
He's
Just
like,
some
my hair's
some
too nice to get mad at me.
just some shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody ever gets mad at me.
Yeah, right.
Shenanigans, just a little rascal.
People got mad at me for posting it.
I'm
They're
just
like,
a little.
Oh, Bill knows what he's doing here. Yes, I do.
Yes,
You want engagement?
I hit the button that said post. I do know I can operate this platform. That's right. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from Chesterland or anywhere else, you can tell me where you do it if you're out of state. Cynthia listens in Surprise, Arizona. Those people are shocked every time they get home. Doug listens in Potomac, Maryland. Gene is in Covington, New York. Jenna is in Janesville, Wisconsin. And Renee is new in Tavares, Florida. And you can leave us messages there, too.
Hey, gang. Just catching up on podcasts, and I just wanted to let Cody know that he needs to get that car titled over in his name if he's making payments on it. If he ends up getting in a crash on it, insurance isn't going to pay out because he's not the titled owner, and his brother's insurance is not going to pay out because there's an untitled owner driving the car frequently. It'll put him in a really bad spot. So, Cody, man, just please rethink that. All right, hate the show.
That dude's looking out for you, homie.
Hey, he's probably lying, Poundcake. Don't worry about it. Just keep living your life.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then something I got to figure out.
Yeah, that's what we told you.
Okay.
We're trying to help. I don't know why you always think we're trying to scam you.
I didn't think you were trying to scam me.
Because you're a rascal, and you're always starting problems.
I'm not starting problems. I'm out here having some shenanigans.
Oh, Cody,
I'm
just
a
drive
rascal.
the car into a pole. See what happens.
Well, he didn't listen to me about that either. I said, drive that car directly into a pole. It's never worked against anybody on this show ever before.
Right.
Something to consider. And that guy's looking out for you. Did you hear the genuine concern in his voice?
Yes.
It's like, oh, Alan, please tell Cody. I want him to be safe and happy. But you saw Poundcake post the other day. He's all about Jesus. He thinks Jesus is going to take care of everything for him.
Thank you, Lord.
Puts his trust in Jesus.
Like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. 'Cause he's my friend. Oh, do me like Jesus. 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 He's my friend.
People are white. Got to give it up to them. Little Andre Crouch. Remember the name Andre Crouch? Anybody?
Nope.
No.
That was his song, Nobody Can Do Me Like Jesus. He was the guy that back in the day, I think he's dead now, but back in the day, he was a Christian artist. But anytime a pop artist wanted like the gospel choir vibe, they called Andre Crouch. And so he did like Man in the Mirror. He did like a prayer. He worked with Elton John. He did the Lion King music, all kinds of stuff. But he mostly did a lot of Christian music. And so early 80s, those people were covering him. Nobody can do me like Jesus. That's something you should have in regular rotation, Poundcake. That should be part of your workout mix. What's on your workout mix?
Well, I don't necessarily have one because I do the class and they have like a mix already. So
It's a thing like where they go, come on, guys. It's a whole class situation.
Yeah, so everyone does the same exercise at the same time, but
I see. You have to listen to them.
Well, I mean, yeah, but last night, the playlist was all Drake, so I wasn't mad about it.
Is that like getting you pumped up music?
Yeah, but because they don't have like the normal songs, it's like mixes, like DJ mixes. So it's like the song, but it's like someone's mix on it.
I got you.
Like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like
You think maybe you could get them to work this in to the class? Do they take requests?
I'll pass it on.
Yeah.
More stretching music than cardio.
Or what?
More stretching music than cardio music.
Right.
Do me like Jesus. He's my friend.
Can you get them to work this in?
We got a better chance at this, I think.
Somebody fought it, standing in the welfare line. Not sure.
This is me after I stretch.
Right, after you stretch. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I think everybody might be able to get on board with this.
Every time you play this, it reminds me of this is so neat, from Fern Gully When Batty does his rap, it sounds just like that to me.
That's so weird that you brought up, because someone just brought up Ferngully and Batty's rap within like the past 2 days to me.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
not something
what
that
sounds
anyone
like.
has mentioned in my
30
entire
years.
adult life. And then 2 days in a row, we're talking about
my
Batty.
name is Batty. My logic is erratic. Yeah, that's what that guy sounds like to me. Is Robin Williams rapping as a bat.
And where are you from?
I just blew in from a biology lab. I'm back and I'm flapping free. Let me tell you a story, and it's all about...
Yeah!
This sounds like Love Shack.
No, wait. Let him rap.
Yo, the name is Batty. The logic is erratic. Potato in a jacket. Toys in the attic. I rock and I ramble. My brain is scrambled. Rap like an animal, but I'm a mammal.
Those sound the same to me.
I don't really keep up too closely with what the Kardashians/Jenners are doing. But I do appreciate anybody who is willing to change their kid's name after they've been alive for a couple of years. That's a flex. When you go, we liked this name, but now that he's like 2, we don't really think it fits anymore, so we're going to change the name. Kylie Jenner named her son Wolf or something. And they decided they didn't like that name, so they made a big deal about the fact that they were going to change the name. And you knew when they change, they're going to come up with something weird. So they named the kid Aire. A-I-R-E. And people were like, oh, that's great. And they pointed out that in Hebrew, and I don't know if Kylie Jenner's Jewish, in Hebrew it can mean Lion of God. But a lot of her fans in the Middle East said, don't come over here because Aire in Arabic means my penis.
All right.
So just FYI. You'd have to really do a deep dive. I'm sure there's a lot of celebrity names or weirdo names that sound cool, but you'd have to do a deep dive on a name that doesn't mean potentially something else in some other part of the country. Mary might mean something in Swahili, or
Mother
Bill.
Of Jesus.
What?
Mother of Jesus.
In Swahili.
Mm-hmm.
Bill might mean something in, I don't know, Arabic. Now, it also means best friend. So, it's like best friend and penis. For a lot of people.
My best friend.
Yes.
One and the same.
Of course. I mean, it can be more than one thing. The Spanish word for wife and handcuffs are the same thing. You don't have to look too far into that to figure out why that is.
I didn't know that. Esposa?
Esposa. Yep. Means wife and handcuffs.
Beautiful language.
It's glorious, isn't it? It rolls off the tongue. But I like the move of just changing your kid's name. I think that they should do that every few years. Change the name every few years. Because why not? You go,
what would you change your name to? Like when you were, say they let the kid change the name when they're 18 years old. What would you have picked as your name at 18 years old?
At 18? Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it never occurred to me to change my name.
Well, let's think back to who you were at 18 and what you would have gone with.
When my sister and I would play like house or whatever we would play together, my name was always Roxanne.
Oh, there you go.
Roxanne Stanford. And she was Kate Stanford.
And why?
I don't know. I like
Roxanne
the name
Stanford and Kate Stanford.
Yeah, and I wanted to be Roxy was my
Yeah.
nickname.
Oh,
So
Roxy
I
Stanford
was
over there.
Roxy Stanford, and she
Mhm.
was my younger sister Kate, and that's how we would play. We were Roxy and Kate, and I loved that name for a very long time. I wanted to be Roxanne.
Really?
Yeah.
But you never rose to the level of you saying, I think I might change my name to Roxanne.
No, that was younger. I
Yeah.
probably fell out of that in like middle school. That was when I was, 8, 9, 10, 11, around that.
Would it have been taken as an affront to your family had you legally changed your first name?
I don't know, probably.
Yeah. You go, guys, I'm no longer Mary Lynn. From now on, I'm Roxy. Roxy Santora.
Roxy
Now, that's
Stanford.
a name that jumps off a marquee.
Yeah. Roxy
Roxy Santora.
with a Y, Roxy.
Yeah, isn't that how it's? Yeah, like the theater out there in L.A.
Yeah.
No, when I was 18, if I had really thought about it, I probably would have liked to change my name to Boxley with Stanchion.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
It's taken.
Yep. I found that out momentarily. A little while ago, found out that was taken. Never occurred to me to change my name. But all my siblings have very traditional names. My brothers are David and James, and my sister is Annie.
Same. We're all very traditional. It's
And
Donald.
Alan, is like it's not an odd name, but it's definitely the least common of me and my siblings' names.
Yeah, we're Donald, Robert, William, Elizabeth, and Stephen.
Is that because your parents didn't want to cause a ruckus with the names?
I mean, they just went with family names, so
Yeah.
we're all named after.
Oh, they're
someone.
family names.
Yeah, like somebody that was in the family.
Right. And
hillbilly
Cody
this.
loves his name. He's never even thought of going by a different name, changing his name. It's never even occurred to him to do that.
I've had so many alter egos throughout my life.
Carlos Baerga, what's the one?
Carlos Beloza.
There you go.
Because I honestly, I just at the time growing up, I didn't feel like Cody fit me. I just didn't feel like it was a fit. So I just constantly was looking for a name that I felt like I was chasing for a little bit. And then
Did you make people call you these names? Like in school, they'd be like Cody, and be like, it's Jason.
No, the only one I made them say, and I tried to get it on a regular basis, and only one loud person committed to it was Alan. I was going by my middle name because I was like, I feel more related to an Alan. I was like, Alan seems like me.
But at least that is already a name that you have. That is your name.
Because I was like, ooh, that makes me unique. There's some kids that only go by their last name. Like there was a couple kids in my school, I didn't even know their first name because we would always call them by their last name. Their last name was so unique. There's some kids that would go by their middle name for whatever reason because their first name, they were like a junior or something like that. So I was like, ooh, that makes me unique. I'll go by Alan. And everyone already knew me as Cody. They're like, no, you're Cody. Like the fact that you want to change it makes me want to call you Cody more. Like,
right.
so
There's no way to get around that.
They're like, hey, Cody, how's it going, man? I'm like, damn it. So there was one girl that I think she had a crush on me. And she's like, hi, Alan. And everyone just hated her. Like,
She's playing along.
She's trying to help you out.
Everyone wanted to beat her up. I was like, don't beat her up. Like, the girl's like, no, because she's stupid. She's loud, and she's a pretender. Like, why is she calling you Alan?
You're like, I relate most to her.
Yeah, they're the perfect match.
The stupid loud person is who I relate to.
No wonder she has a crush on me.
All the girls wanted to jump her for some reason. I don't know why, but she was the only one that would call me Alan. And I was like, okay, this doesn't work. She like clearly one person only caught on, and they don't like her, so it's Cody. It is.
I went by my middle name for like a day at a job because there was another Bill that already worked there. So I was like, well, just call me Scott then. And every time they'd say it, I would not reply. They're like, Scott. I'm like, who's Scott? And they're like, you're Scott. I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah. But luckily I quit that job real fast.
We never had problems with uniqueness. Like, my older brother's named after my dad, so he's Tony Jr., no middle name, because my dad didn't have a middle name. And then it's Kyle Martin. And then I'm Mary Lynn Louise. My younger sister is Elena Pauline. And then my older sister is Martine Angelique. So, yeah, we've never had people with the same names as us.
Is Homer Thompson.
I got you.
Hello, Mr. Thompson. Oh, now, when I say hello, Mr. Thompson, and press down on your foot, you smile and nod.
No problem.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
I think he's talking to you.
They're trying to get Homer in the witness relocation program, but he's so silly. He's a rascal, just like me. Yeah, just like me. No, for about a year I went by Lady Miss Keir, but then, boy, wouldn't you know it, D-Light came out, and it was the end of that. I got to take a break. Hey, if you want $1,000, and rascal or not, who doesn't? I'll have another keyword for you at 3:30. Listen closely to go fund yourself. And I'll have Joe Bonamassa tickets for you, too. If you're into the blues rock, he is one of the greats, boy. He's coming down the street to do Playhouse Square in a couple of weeks. So if you want to get to that show, I will hook you up on the way back here. 35192 to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.
right, a couple of tickets for a 3-time Grammy-nominated blues rock legend, Joe Bonamassa, is doing Playhouse Square on Friday, February the 17th. It's not far off. PlayhouseSquare.com will have all the details you need on tickets, info, all that. This pair of tickets for you, be caller 10, and you'll get there. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you. About 5 or 6 minutes. 3:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. And again, I mentioned it yesterday, but it bears repeating. Do not text me the keywords because you're wasting them, and I don't want you to waste an opportunity to get some of this money. They tell you in the thing the number to which you text that keyword, and invariably people will send it to me in here. Don't do that. There would simply be no way to know if you could have been the winner, but why take that chance? If you do win, you get a phone call. So the next word here in a few minutes. Cavaliers off the last couple of nights after that win over the Bucks. They beat Milwaukee pretty handily on Saturday night. They're playing the Knicks in New York tonight. They're on the road this week. They go to Houston, they go to Oklahoma City, come back here to host the Clippers on Sunday. But Cavs-Knicks, 7:30 tonight here on MMS. Remember, all this month at CLE Clothing Company, if you want to get yourself some new gear, whether it's Retro Buzzard merch or everything in between, you have until the end of the month. That is 1 week from today. Will already be the end of January. Use the promo code ANEW for 20% off. And then we'll see if they took me seriously when I said I wanted to start picking the words again. My money is on. No. Is there a FanDuel prop bet for that? I wonder on whether or not I get to start picking I'll bet the under. So Cavs Knicks tonight. Who do they have? Jamarcus. Who's on the Knicks?
I don't think there's a Jamarcus.
Every team has a Jamarcus.
Mm-hmm.
Knicks starters. Ooh, Buffalo Wings. Julius Randle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that who you were thinking of?
I don't know. There wasn't one marquee name that came to mind when it came to the New York Knicks. I guess I should know. Jalen Brunson?
He was a big offseason acquisition.
All right, then.
They got him from Dallas.
All right, sir.
And then they got
Quentin Grimes, Evan Fournier. Fournier. So anyway, that's tonight. If you're a displaced Knickerbockers fan, you'll get to hear them play the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. You might not recognize this actor by name. You might recognize him by face. A British actor named Julian Sands. He was a big deal back in the 80s and the 90s. He did a series of kind of fun movies called Warlock, and they had a couple of sequels. He was in a wild movie called Boxing Helena about 30 years ago. He was in Arachnophobia. He was in Leaving Las Vegas. And he is missing. He went hiking 11 days ago while those big storms were going through California. Out on Mount Baldy, there is another hiker that is being looked for now too. But Julian Sands, since he's a famous actor, was getting the lion's share of the press. But they're searching for 2 people who have gone missing on a hike on Mount Baldy. 75-year-old Asian man named Jin Chung and actor Julian Sands.
Mary, if you want to make a name for yourself while you're out there, go find these men.
I'll do my best.
Will you?
No. I'm going on a hike tomorrow morning.
Yeah, bright and early.
I don't know if they'll be there.
Okay.
I feel like I'm hiking at the Griffith Observatory.
Yeah, sure.
So I feel like they would have been found already if they were there.
It's in the city. Yeah, I think that you would have, yeah. I think they probably would have been found. I think after 11 days when your family's like, yeah, we're still looking for it. I mean, Mount Baldy is way out there. You couldn't get out there. You're in Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's a good hour out.
No thanks.
So, no, you can't get out there. And ironically, it's called Mount Baldy. Why? It's got a lot of hair on it. So anyway, this guy has been missing. I can't imagine after 11 days and nobody hears from him that they're holding out hope. But I'm fascinated, by the way, by the people who climb Mount Everest. And along the way, there are frozen bodies of hikers that have been there for decades. And people who climb the mountain, or I guess any mountain close to that height, where people have frozen to death along the way, because they can't bring them down. They stay there, and they're still dressed in what they were dressed in. You know, they got up there in the 80s. A lot of them are in, like, day glow parkas and crap. But the bodies, obviously, because it's so cold up there, are pretty well preserved. But the climbers use them as markers. Like, oh, this is green guy. That means we're 13,000 feet up, or whatever it is.
Tim.
We made it to Tim, right. That would be pretty wild. Julian Sands lives in North Hollywood, and he has not been, he's not been located.
There's one more reason that I'm team inside.
To never hike. Have you seen the trailer for The Reluctant Traveler?
No.
It's Eugene Levy doing a travel show. It's going to premiere end of next month on Apple TV. And it's like that Will Smith thing, except he's not, he's not going 20,000 leagues under the sea. I think it's way less daring than the Will Smith thing. But Eugene Levy is like a guy who's like, I don't like going outside. I like to be inside. But it's a travel show where he goes to like the desert or he's in a helicopter,
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it looks very entertaining. It's clearly trying to be more on the comedic side than on the action-packed side. Obviously, more Eugene Levy's wheelhouse, but I think that looks very entertaining. For people who like Eugene Levy, and I think we all do, that'll premiere on Apple TV next month. But they have not found Julian Sands yet. You watch any of the video of the Lisa Marie Presley Memorial?
No, sir.
I didn't realize there are a lot of celebrities at this thing.
Well, she was the princess of rock and roll. Isn't that what she would be considered?
Yeah, I mean, she was Priscilla and Elvis's only
I was going to say, is that
kid, right? Only daughter. I mean, but I don't know. I didn't realize that, like, Axl was there and Alanis Morissette and Billy Corgan, like, they're all speaking and crying. And
Is that a title that gets inherited, or do you have to earn that because of, like, your accolades?
What title?
Like when you get the title of King of Pop, King of Rock and Roll. Like, if you have a kid, are you then like Paris Jackson isn't the princess of pop because her dad was Michael Jackson, right?
But it's not actual royalty. That's like a media name.
I understand that. So, but would people consider her a princess? Like the
I've never heard that.
Okay. This is just, again, as someone who's a big fan of pop culture, I feel like if I saw her, I'm like, oh, that's
I mean,
Elvis's
if she was descended from actual royalty, there would obviously be titles and accolades. But I mean, they just called Elvis the king of rock and roll, much to the chagrin of every black artist who preceded him and from whom he stole most of his songs. But no, I don't know that she has any actual royalty title given to her.
Okay. Just was curious.
They had the ceremony at Graceland. Baz Luhrmann was there. He just directed Elvis, of course, that movie.
Got nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah.
The movie did. I don't know if he got nominated for Best Director.
I don't think that he did.
I don't think so either.
Axl performed November Rain on the piano. He was very, very upset. I guess he was pretty tight with Lisa Marie.
I knew if I was invited, I needed to come to these ceremonies. I hadn't planned on speaking, and when I was put on the spot, I really didn't know what to say, and I was tongue-tied and nervous, and I don't even really know what I said. But as I'm sure many of you are still in shock, as I feel I'll continue to be for quite some time.
And then he said, "You know where you are? You're at a funeral, baby! Somebody died! Knees!" Billy Corgan performed. Alanis Morissette performed. And pretty wild.
I always think about getting ready for a funeral being very, like, do you want to look good or do you want to look presentable? Like, you're not.
What's the difference?
Presentable is just like just not drawing attention
Put
to
on
yourself.
your good. Oh, I see.
Like,
You want to blend in.
You don't want to look hot. Like, you don't want to put your makeup on and be like, all right, do I look okay? Like, do I look good? Like, I don't think.
Well, everybody's wearing black. I don't know that anybody gets glammed up. I think you're right. I think you just kind of you're subdued.
But I think these celebrities, if you go to a place like that, like, you know, there's gonna be tons of cameras. You're like, I'm gonna wear, maybe I'll wear. It's gonna be a black skirt, but it might be hiked up a bit. And, I'm going to wear a corset.
Are people showing thigh at a funeral? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sure they might.
Well, maybe it's someone who was
there might be some funeral crashers.
Music royalty. I don't know. I love the, speaking of Axl Rose, and I don't know why it made the rounds again, but I do love the old Guns N' Roses riders. Every so often, those will pop up and make the rounds. Back in the day, bands and artists have a rider. And it's basically, and it's things that the venue or the promoter have to have in the dressing room. And they're always very specific. The famous story about Van Halen with the no brown M&Ms, that was just so they could see if people were actually reading the rider. They didn't care about the M&Ms. They wanted to know if people were actually reading it or not. And so if they came through and there were brown M&Ms, they knew that nobody had read the rider all the way through. But Guns N' Roses, for all their partying ways, they wanted lots of deli meats backstage. They wanted bags of Ruffles chips. They wanted assorted candy bars is what they wanted. And assorted store-bought cookies and bottles of Jaeger, Natch. But they'd also want a bag of dried fruit. And you have to wonder if any one of these would have thrown someone off. They trash a dressing room, not because they ran out of vodka, but because they asked for unsalted cashews.
It's a big difference.
And you guys gave me cashews. And so as a result, I'm going to destroy this place. Because I asked for light cranberry juice. I did not ask for full sugar cranberry juice. I asked for Dunhill cigarettes. Have you seen Kevin Hart's rider, by the way? That one, I think, is brand new and really making the rounds.
I haven't seen that one. I had one
a
couple months ago, and all I asked for specifically was one of those pens that when you hold it upside down, the lady's clothes come off.
Of course.
And they had it for me.
Yep.
Wow. Where'd they find that? 1984?
Amazon. I forgot that I asked for it, so when I got there and they had it, I was like, oh, yes, this is awesome. And then my friend Joe that was with me, he had never seen one of those, and he was surprised that they'd been around for such a long time.
Since they have.
Yeah.
Let me give you money here. It's $1,000 to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at WMMS.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Kevin Hart's rider is 46 pages long.
Sheesh. Yeah. What are some of the highlights?
These are crazy. I don't know if this is. I'm on smokinggun.com.
Mr. Hart's drinks, Mr. Hart's alcohol, his hot food, his snacks. Very important. He needs a very specific kind of Listerine mouthwash. He needs man-scented candles. He needs Vaseline lip therapy in the original flavor.
What's man-scented candles?
Who knows? And his only acceptable stool is a 29-inch tall, very specific brand of four-legged stool. And any substitutions will not be accepted. I wonder at what point in your
tool.
Yeah, I wonder at what point in your career you get to the point where you have, and I think a lot of times the artist is like, I don't write this thing. My management writes this. I don't care. They don't want any police officers backstage or in other areas of the venue.
Makes him feel uncomfortable.
But he does need a police escort. Under no circumstances are vehicles to be allowed to encounter delays due to traffic and no media passes. But he has very specific things that he wants. chicken entree, boneless for 10 people. A lot of dessert roll or dinner rolls, salad bar. Everything has to be ready at 6 p.m. A lot of snacks in there. Yeah, nacho cheese Doritos, iPhone chargers, deck of cards. In case we want to sit around playing cards. Skinny pop popcorn. So by the time you get to 46 pages of Backstage Rider, you're just throwing things against the wall because somebody has to get all this stuff for you.
Dude, I mean, the one I'm reading, the liquor alone is like 8 bottles of Ciroc.
Yeah.
2 peach, 2 coconut, 2 amaretto, 2 pineapple, 2 bottles of Patron, 2 bottles of rosé, 2 bottles of Douce. Like, that's so much alcohol.
Well, he's going to be back there.
He's got a big entourage, and he's got, do you see the part about the 5 females ages 21 to 27 with athletic, sexy build?
Stop
who are
it.
approachable. No, it says that,
They
like
must
friendly
be
and approachable.
go-getters and be very approachable, attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm approachably attractive. You think I could be back there?
So are these
approachably hot?
So
that's what he means, right?
I mean, size up to
a
medium.
confident 6.
So my question is, are these escorts or are these people he just, people just found?
They're to do like chores around. So like they're like running around being like gophers and stuff. But he wants them to look a certain way.
It's at $150 per girl per show, which is more money than feature acts make. If you feature, I mean, not that he's not paying his features, but like regular pay at a comedy club for a feature act is $100 a show. So these girls are making more money just to be hot.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the feature on the Kevin Hart Arena tour
he's
is
paying them out.
Right, yeah. Well, then you got a side hustle, Mary.
Be a hot chick gopher?
Yeah, be hot chick gopher on one of these stadium tours.
Maybe.
They go, so what do you do? Oh, I'm a comedian. And part-time backstage gopher.
Yeah.
What would you like me to gopher?
Probably have to lose 20 pounds in order to meet his requirements, but...
Separate catering room, private room, 55-inch televisions, single glass door refrigerators.
The TV's bigger than he is.
Mary, I could put a word in for you at Orange Theory.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hook it up. No, I'm just lazy. That's all there is to it.
Well, there's no room for that over at Tangerine Hypothesis.
Right.
No room for laziness. Look at Poundcake. Sure, he could have come straight downtown. That would have been the easy way. That would have been the path of least resistance. That would have required the least amount of work.
I went from downtown to Downer Town, okay?
Downer. He's doing the work.
Maybe Poundcake was onto something because there was a bomb threat downtown and he was avoiding it.
God made a different way. He sent me a different path.
I mean, it wasn't anything, but,
My mom says that all the time. She'd be like, maybe I avoided an accident. Maybe I wasn't meant to go that way today. And I'm like, you're just a bad driver.
You're just late. You're always late.
Well, Poundcake's way into Jesus.
Yeah.
It took him the way he needed to go.
Like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like Jesus. Do me like Jesus.
I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, you can watch at AlanCoxShow.com and listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Well, the world of punk rock has suffered a crushing blow with the announcement that Poundcake's favorite punk band, Panic at the Disco, has decided to disband, calling it quits after, how many years? They have to have been around for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Poundcake, their earliest days, they've been around probably 20 years, right?
I was going to say maybe 2008, 2009. I think
They started in 2004.
Yeah, it was like the first A Fever You Can't Sweat Out came out before that.
Was it? Okay. I just remember I Write Sins Not Tragedies and
That's on A Fever You Can't Sweat Out.
Okay.
That's the name of the album.
2005. Yep, you're right.
I mean, this is your favorite punk band. I would think you would have been right on top of this. People have been asking me all day if you're okay.
No, I'm not okay.
It's upsetting, dude.
I'm not
this
okay.
Is sad.
Okay.
I'm just, I don't understand. Like, he's not even that old. How is he going to retire? Does he have another plan? Is it?
Oh, I don't think he's retiring. He's disbanding Panic at the Disco.
But it's already been disbanded. Like, it's already been disbanded. It's just Brendan Urie and nothing else.
Well, then how is this an announcement?
Well, he's taking time away to be a dad. So he's
Right.
like, we're not going to be putting out
Baloney.
music and touring.
Baloney.
Don't worry.
Up until
Belton's
now.
got you all covered. Coming up,
Perez
he's got all the
Belton,
hot
yeah.
goss on what's actually going on with Brendan Urie, and it's not what you think.
It's, well, you've got inside sources, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, up until now, his songs have been his babies. Now that he's going to have a real actual...
And look how he treated those.
He was so mean to our ears for so long that... So anyway, no, Poundcake is not okay. The current tour will end in England in March. So it's a last-ditch effort for people to be able to see Panic at the Disco before they split up.
Now, I don't even know if I can see him. I'm going to see if he's coming.
You want to go to England, Cody? Let's go.
I think
I'll
it's
go with
all
you.
the rest of
It's
the tour
all
dates
in
that he has are in England and
Stupid bitch.
Europe.
He's a stupid bitch.
I never had the money. Like, again, I obviously am in this profession because I love radio, but it's also for the perks. And there wasn't enough money to do concerts as a kid. This job has really, like, revitalized my love for
perks.
Music.
Perks.
No, I said part of it, yeah. I mean, and this is just one little piece of it. And
Who
I wish
gets into this for the perks? What perks?
you
Free
get concert tickets. Even if they're
Dude.
nosebleeds, you're in the room.
We could go to Paris. We could go. Oh, I'm in Hawaii then. We could go to Germany. We could go to Austria.
I don't speak German, but I can if you like. No, I'm down for Germany. And
Let's
he's
go to
going.
Germany.
He's going to Munich, Hamburg. He's not going to Berlin. How you gonna go to Germany and not go to Berlin?
Because they have a lot of other cities in Germany?
No, I want to go to Munich.
Hmm.
Let's go to Hamburg.
Let's go to Cologne.
Hamburg.
All right,
You're spending
fine.
plenty of time in Cologne if you go to Germany.
Right. I
Fine.
wonder how much a flight from Cleveland to Hamburg.
Hamburg, Germany.
Let's see. Let me
Cleveland
check.
to Hamburg. Huh?
I said, let me check.
Yeah.
What is this going to be, like a 45-hour flight or something?
But how would we even get around though? Like
Trains.
I don't.
They have great public transportation there.
I know I understand that, but I'm saying we won't be able to communicate. I don't speak German.
Gesundheit.
You use
Speaking of
Google.
Germany.
That doesn't work. I remember I played that for my friend who spoke Spanish, and he laughed at me.
No, stupid. You use Google to still. You can use it to get directions still.
Oh, I
It keeps trying to
thought you
send me
meant
to
like Google
Hamburg.
Translate.
It keeps trying to send me to Hamburg, Delaware.
Are they
That place
playing
is great, too.
Hamburg, Delaware?
I don't know, but that's the only thing that's popping up on United.
All right.
Well, yeah, you're probably not going to be able to get there on United
Why not?
because
How do you have to get there?
they do flights in America. You need an international.
No,
flight.
United flies international. They're a Star Global Alliance member.
$782.
What?
You
Where
have
do
to
see
you have to
that?
stop off in Munich, and on the way back you go through Paris
Then screw that. Then
or
we'll just
Amsterdam and Detroit.
Well, then let's just go to the Munich location. It's not where I want to go anyway. So
I'm
fine.
showing 837, brother. What inside information you got that I
United Airlines, $793 basic
Oh,
economy.
he even found it on United.
What the heck?
Mm-hmm. A little more on Lufthansa.
We have a little less than a month, Mary. You ready to go?
Let's go. I'm in. I'll go right now. I don't care.
You stop in Paris and Newark.
Ew.
Newark forever.
It's 15 hours.
At least if we
What?
go to London, there's 2 dates and it's like 2 months away, so we have time.
I can't. I'm in Hawaii during the London dates.
Okay.
Oh no, that's the day I get home. I get home March 7th.
Well, Manchester then.
Actually, is London closer to Hawaii than Ohio?
I don't think so.
No.
Well, listen. If nothing else, you get to see the beautiful city of Hamburg.
I just don't feel like he's serious about
20 hours.
He's got something lined up. He's
No,
like
he and his wife are going to have a kid. It's not that complicated. They're going to have a kid, and in a year or so, he'll be back on the road. It'll just be him, though. And
well, that's what it's been, right? Where
that's
he just
what
gets
it's kind
like
of
studio
been.
musicians.
He is the band. Everyone else is just a travel musician. Like they just used him for certain shows.
Well, there you go. So it's not really that big of a deal. He's just maybe retiring the name. I mean, he retired the exclamation point a while ago, right? So he's been doing it incrementally.
I just never.
He's like, I'm just tired of everyone yelling that first word at me. But it's really my fault. I shouldn't have punctuated it.
Panic at the disco.
I shouldn't have been so stylized. But I was younger. I was less wise. And I was writing dumb songs about weddings.
Do you think people shout like Pink? Because she has like the exclamation point in her name.
But now
Yeah, I
wanna
think they
go
do.
I don't want to go to London with you anymore. $758 round trip is not bad at all. We could do that.
But we're not even counting the concert tickets because if I go there, we're not just gonna get like nosebleeds, are we?
London. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna plan this whole trip right
I
now.
have a friend. I have a friend over there. Let me see if I can rub elbows with Louis. He could probably get me something.
You have a friend where?
In England?
Where in England?
London.
You have a friend in London.
I'm not sleeping on a couch.
I have a friend in Sweden too. But
We'll hit them both up.
I'm excited for you to practice your accent.
I love my dog.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's right. I love my dog.
Say,
That's your British accent.
We're heading to the
It's as
O2
though he's
arena.
never heard an English person before.
Never, not one.
He simply can't replicate the sound that they make.
No, I can't. Not really at all.
What?
I feel like
that was close.
No, to what?
I don't know.
Central PA?
Wait a minute. You have to buy it in euros. How do you do that?
You don't have to buy it in euros.
well, that's how much it costs.
Well, that's what it's listed as.
Yeah.
174 euros is the most expensive ticket.
Change
that doesn't seem like that much money.
Is the
Well,
euro
there you
worth
go.
more?
Huh?
Is the euro worth more than our dollar?
174 euro is $189. So it costs you a little bit more in dollars, but it's negligible, right?
Yeah.
On this theoretical trip you're going to take.
Brendan Urie did it for me as far as like the skinny boys go. Like he doesn't really have any muscle, no abs. He is just straight up skin and bones. And for some reason,
You
I'm
like
there
somebody
for it.
flopping around like a scarecrow. That's what turns you
He
on.
made that.
I don't need any underlying structures. I don't want any. Jeremy Renner is my new dream man. He broke 30 bones. He was just, he was a sack of skin there on the ground.
He made the song.
Really turned me on.
He made the song called "Girls Love Girls and Boys," and he's just dancing around in there like pretty much nude. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is the man of my dreams."
Oh, Cody.
And I saw him on the red carpet, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's right in front of me!" And he walked right past me, like he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I was screaming his name and didn't even look in my direction. I'm like, "Damn."
Wasn't everybody else screaming his name?
No, they were screaming from like where all the fans. I was like, I had like my, reporter badge and my.
You were by yourself in a professional capacity screaming his name.
He was like.
Thought you were psychotic.
He was maybe 3 feet away from me, and the fact that he didn't even look to see who was yelling at him.
He's probably used to people yelling his name. 3 feet away and you were screaming?
He was
that's like me to Bill.
He wasn't paying
I book it with if I buy it with my American Express credit card, we get a premium seat with a great view, fast track entry, all-inclusive food and drink.
He likes back entry.
Exclusive access to the gantry, which is a
the
private
gantry.
area overlooking the bar, and a restaurant and lounge with all you can eat and all you can drink.
That's how I want to do it.
Let's
so book
do
it right now, Mary. Right now.
$300 a piece. So we're talking $1,100 between tickets and flight, and we can go.
But you also need a place to stay.
Now, who is he going to borrow this money from? Which
Not
of his
me.
friends?
I'm not putting it on my card.
Oh,
You
no,
pay
he's
me
putting
up front.
He's putting it. You're putting it on his card, and he'll pay you back little by little.
You pay me up front.
Yeah.
$1,100.
Oh man.
You guys both have.
I'm gonna borrow.
What's it called? Passports ready to go?
Oh no. Yeah. Mine doesn't expire for like 2 more years. Actually.
Yeah, mine's good till 2026.
Yeah, that's when mine does. Too.
Because that's when we went to Jamaica, 2016.
Well, this is all coming together.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is all.
Oh my God.
And we
we're
can
gonna
document
go.
it.
Let's go.
I'm down.
I'm not joking. I don't think
Okay.
you understand that.
You fly
I'm
where
not
to
kidding.
where?
It would be here. The one that I have pulled up. Let me see it. It would be Cleveland to Washington Dulles, and then Dulles to Heathrow.
Heathrow. Well, for international flights though, it would be a lot cheaper. I bet. Just drive to Toronto and fly to Toronto.
That's an extra step though.
It's 5 hours in the car. Big deal.
So
But
we're
you probably
gonna-
save yourself a lot of money.
But we got to put a car. Either we use one of our cars and put it up.
You
then
park
you
your
have to
car
pay
at the
for it to
airport.
stay for a week.
I know. How is that as expensive?
Wait, you're gonna be gone for a week?
We're
I
not
thought
going
you
to
were just
go
going
for a day. You're going to fly to London for 1 day.
Well, like 3-4 days.
You got to keep in mind hotels and stuff too, though.
Toronto is the exact same price.
Really?
Well, no, $668, so it's $100 cheaper, and
Yeah,
that would
alright.
be what it would cost.
You'd spend that money on gas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Let's go, dude.
I have to make some calls, but I'm game. I can do this.
There is a single-digit percentage that this trip goes off.
What if we actually do it?
Hey, yeah, we're gonna prove you wrong.
Please do.
You know, I just got to talk to my people because some people are expecting some things from me, but that's okay.
By the way, Hamburg DE, that's Deutschland. That's not Hamburg, Delaware.
Oh, I didn't know.
Germany.
So that was the right one then. Wait, why wouldn't it be? Why is it listed under Deutschland?
Because that's what Germany is in German, is Deutschland.
It is?
I was like, why are they
You
trying
don't
to
know
sell
that
it?
Germany's called Deutschland?
I really, really want him to go over there. I really want him to.
So wait, are you guys going to England or are you going to Germany?
London.
London.
This is the price. Ooh, Alan, actually, I changed the dates, and Toronto to London is $569.
Nice.
There you go.
And we can scream.
Ew, should I travel across the world with Cody?
So how much would I owe you? $1,100?
$1,100, but that's not including hotel. I'm not sleeping on your friend's couch.
No, that's okay. I mean, I don't know if he would be even available. He comes over. I met him because he's an exchange student from Akron, and he played soccer. So I don't even know if he's over there. I just know he's.
So somebody from London had to live in Akron?
Yeah.
He loved it.
All the foreign people I know.
Ooh, so many Doogs in Akron.
All the hot soccer players. I made myself known to them, obviously.
The hot soccer
these
players.
These seats are good.
There you go. Get a hotel, stay at the Savoy.
Wow, Cody, we can
Have a
do
good
this.
time.
So how much is the hotel room? How much would it be for a weekend? Or
Savoy's like $600 a night. You can do that.
Oh,
$600 a night?
Yeah.
After I'm already paying $1,100 for tickets, this is
You,
like a mini
she
vacation.
doesn't want to sleep on your friend's couch
I
on
don't
a
wanna sleep
British.
on his
Doesn't
couch.
want to sleep on a British couch.
You can sleep where you want to sleep, but I am not sleeping on a British couch.
I don't even want to. That's the thing, though. That's the thing about Europe is I don't even want to taste the city there because
Why?
Because. Oh, you just made a mess.
They're uncut.
Yeah, it kind of ruined my fantasy a bit.
They're
So,
uncut.
I just really want to have
Just
a
like the
really nice
gems in that movie.
I feel like the time change alone is going to kill us.
Yeah, so we already lose a day. So we need at
So we
least.
can't go for 2 days.
Dude,
we
I
need at
want
least-
these two at
I
each
want-
other's throats for goddamn Panic at the Disco.
I know.
A band I wouldn't walk around the corner to see.
We're
I
flying to
love
London.
this. If they were playing live outside my window here, I wouldn't turn my head.
It'd be like, hey, Keith, it's time to get some blinds.
Okay, I can't tell if these prices are for the full. I put it in for 5 nights, and it's like $2,200. That's
Oh,
got
this
to be
is gonna
for
work
all
out
5,
great.
right?
This is gonna work out great.
I think we
Oh,
need.
breakfast included. Hold on.
I was gonna say 4 days, and then fly out on the last day.
Radisson Blue. Let me see this. Booking.com. What do you got for us? So we got $700 for tickets for flight, another $300 for tickets, so it's $1,000. This is, hold on.
Smoothly.
Oh yeah, it's $1,500 for all 5 nights. So that would be $700, $750 a piece for hotel.
And the seats are good.
So you're looking for $1,800 plus food and travel while we're there. We can do this for $2,500 bucks.
That's a lot of money so fast.
Well, you have to decide right now.
He's going to owe a bunch of his friends money.
He's borrowing $50.
Why don't you Why don't you stay in a youth hostel?
Ooh, no, we can stay in a hostel.
I'm not staying. Have you seen that movie?
Come on, the movie.
It's not like the movie.
It might be.
It might be, sure. But think of all the money you saved.
$2,500. I have that right now, but I just won't be able to eat.
Well, there's less murder, but just a little grindier.
$2,500. We can eat with that. We can find places to eat.
No, I'm talking about if I give you that money right now up front, I won't be able to eat.
Saying, yeah. I'm not gonna book it. I mean, I'll book it. I'll book it right now. You want me to book it right now?
No, I don't want you to book it right now.
You can go. I'd literally get home from Hawaii on the 6th, and we would leave to go to London for a week on the 7th. Dude, I'm gonna be delirious.
I was gonna say you would be so jet lagged.
So
when is this supposed to happen?
$2,500. March 7th is the day of the concert, so we'd have to go in March 6th.
We can understand their act. I mean, I'm more comfortable with going to England because obviously I'll understand the language a little bit. But
you'll blend right in. Where are all your doogs?
But I just feel like it would be a good time. My first trip to London to see Panic at the Disco, because he might bring us up on stage because he'd be so grateful that he has some American people over there. He's like, oh my God.
Because there's no American expats in London.
And but I'm just saying, we could hold up a sign.
Right, and like he'd be all bummed that it was just English people there.
We traveled
Oh,
from
darn,
Cleveland,
it's just
Ohio.
people here from London at this sold-out show.
Does he have that big of a following? I mean, the tickets aren't even sold out over there.
Maybe not over there, he's not sold out, but here he's pretty big.
But that's where you're going, is over there.
Which is good. I'm glad it's not sold out, because then that way we'll stand out and our tickets will be cheaper.
No, the tickets are not cheap.
Well, it's not close.
They don't
Love you
lower
and
the
your
ticket
lack of
price.
skeleton. All right, well.
Well,
there you go.
Cody, think about it. You
I
got,
am.
It's what?
It's only $2,500.
$2,500. We go to London for 5 days. We get to see Panic at the Disco on their hits his last show ever, apparently.
Oh, the London show is the last
That's
show.
the last show of the tour.
Oh, I see.
Is that March 7th, and they just added that. So it would be Brendan Urie's last show.
Well, you also have to determine who the support is on that tour.
March 10th is another show, though, in Manchester.
Where? I didn't see that on his website.
On his website, yeah.
Yeah, the last show is in Manchester.
Oh.
Manchester.
What the heck am I looking at?
And when you come back, it'll be daylight saving time, so that'll throw you off even more.
Oh, because that one's sold out, Mary. That's why. The Manchester show is
there
already
it is.
sold
Yeah,
out.
because that one wasn't available. That makes more sense.
All right.
Well, boy, I certainly did not envision it going down this road.
All right, and if Alan loses the Polar Blast battle, this is his punishment.
He has to go with us.
I have to hear them talk about the show.
No, you have to go with us.
Right.
That's your Polar Blast punishment.
My punishment is spending $2,500
to go to see a band that you hate and
that I
spend
do. I don't even
5
hate them.
days.
I'm entirely indifferent to them.
But you would spend 5 days with Cody and I traveling across
No,
the
I'd never
world.
make it. I would pray that it was like Hostel, the movie. Please cut my Achilles heels. All right, let me take a break here. I will have another $1,000 for you. Maybe you're planning a trip. Sock away that grand or spend it on something. 4:30 is that next keyword to go fund to yourself. If you're trying to get to Sonic Temple, though, it's now 4 days in May. It's going to be one of the biggest festivals all year down in Columbus. And so I'll get 3-day weekend passes for you, GA passes for the entire run. Sonic Temple on the way back here. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, after a couple of years of hiatus, Sonic Temple is back. 4 full days in Columbus at Crew Stadium, May 25 through the 28th, with Foo Fighters and Tool, Avenged Sevenfold, Kiss, Godsmack, Rob Zombie, Deftones. Those are your headliners. Suicidal Tendencies, Chevelle, Converge, Rival Sons, Black Veil Brides, Pussifer, Avatar, Jawbreaker, Sublime with Rome. List goes on and on. A killer lineup. I got GA weekend passes for it. Get you to the whole thing. SonicTempleFestival.com. For anything I might have left out, you want to see that exhaustive lineup, you're going to find it there. Car 10, you get these. General admission weekend passes for Sonic Temple. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I would have liked to have asked Poundcake who this is. Of course, he's getting a winner.
This is not Panic at the Disco.
This is not Panic at the Disco. What's that?
Not even close.
Although somebody did tell me in the break, and I want to make sure that you guys, are able to navigate the language barrier, that over in the UK, Panic at the Disco is called Punker at the Dicky Wicket. So just FYI, I don't know how they were able to determine that, but there it is. Of course, Kiss did Creatures of the Night. This album turned 40 last fall, I would say. It was their last album with Ace Frehley. And it was the last album they had their makeup, because they put up Lick It Up right after this. Vinnie Vincent was in the mix. It was kind of a fallow period for Kiss, too. They've been around for so long. If you're old enough to remember, by the early 80s, man, people were not paying attention to Kiss. That's why the makeup came off. They were like, we need a shot in the arm, man, because people's taste in music had changed and Kiss had become pretty corny. They put out a disco track a couple years prior. They really needed something. They didn't even tour for the album before this. They were like, let's just sit in our houses and count our money and whatever. But I love the Creatures of the Night album. That was one of my favorites. But Kiss is going to be one of your headliners there for Sonic Temple, so I will have those for you all week right around this time. Also, I don't want to bury the lead, but we're putting people on Bill's Polar Blast team this week. Big Billy's Bottom Boys.
Oh, did you get someone yesterday?
Did get somebody yesterday, yes. In your absence, still filled the slot on the team.
Nice.
My team is the Coxsicles. Mary's is Snow Babies. You can register to get on Poundcake's team. He shares that with Barry White out there at Boston Mills. Team's called Barely White. And Big Billy's Bottom Boys. It's next Friday.
I know.
I keep talking about this like
That's
it's weeks
crazy.
away. Yeah, it's next Friday. It's February 3rd out of Boston Mills Brandywine, brought to you by Circle K and Pepsi. So this week, putting people on Bill's team around 5:20 all week. We'll get to hot celebrity goss here in a minute with Perez Bilton. Even though Mary's in Los Angeles, she loves it.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that she can't wait to, I don't want to keep her waiting.
Maybe I'll see some of the celebrities that you gossip about.
Right.
Out here in Hollywood.
I was going to say, take notes.
I have not seen a famous person yet.
Really?
Well, Ava
Not
Max
a
the other
one.
day, but
Huh?
Ava Max the other day. Yesterday.
Ava Max.
But like out in the wild.
Who's Ava Max?
She's
Exactly.
a pop star.
Yeah, you might.
I mean, Eric Griffin. He's famous.
But she saw him. She's talking about in the wild.
Yeah, I'm saying like at a coffee shop or at
right.
lunch or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. My girlfriend I went out to dinner with last night before my show. She used to work at Nobu in Malibu, which I guess is like famous person central.
Yeah,
She said
that's
it's like super nice, really expensive, and that she's like there's celebrities in there every single night of the week. And I was like, I'm not gonna drive to Malibu to drop $300 on dinner just so I can see a celebrity from afar. You know what I mean?
I get it. But there's that great fish. What's the fish shack at the bottom of
Malibu Seafood.
No. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what's called.
Down the
It's
hill
right
from
there.
Pepperdine?
Yep.
Oh, it's so
I went
good.
there last time I was out here.
So good.
Yeah, I walked into a seafood restaurant because my friend, I had a meeting in
Gesundheit.
Malibu. And I had a friend who was like, you gotta have it. So I walked into a seafood shack and was like, hi, I'm allergic to shellfish. Can you make every accommodation for me? They were so annoyed. They like cleaned the grill.
Why
before
did
they
you
put
come
my
here,
tilapia.
ma'am?
Exactly.
Yeah.
My friend, I told them, I was like, listen, dude, I don't feel comfortable going to a roadside seafood place with a shellfish allergy. Not even because I'm worried I'll have a reaction. I don't want to be that
Feels
guy.
rude, yeah.
Yeah.
What I love about Malibu Seafood is I don't think it's changed in 30 years.
No, from everything I've heard from people who go there, is like it's exactly the same
Yes.
owners, same setup, same
You
menu.
just pull off the road, and there's a handful of picnic tables,
Mm-hmm.
and you tell them what you want.
And the beach is right across the street.
So why did you go there?
Because they were like, you have to. It's like you have to experience it if it's your first time out here, blah, 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 blah. But I had like a piece of like grilled tilapia. It was really good. Some coleslaw.
Is Gladstone's still out there? We should go to Gladstone's in Pacific Palisades that have giant barrels full of peanuts, and you just ate them and threw them all over the place.
Like
and
that
they didn't
Texas
care
Roadhouse.
what you did.
Or not
And
Texas Roadhouse. Longhorn did that, I think.
Longhorn.
I don't think it was Longhorn. It was.
What was it?
I think
The
it was. I think it was
Ground
Round did that. And I think the Roadhouse used to do that. I don't know if they still do. I haven't been to a Texas Roadhouse in a minute though.
I've
It's
never
not-
been.
Maybe it is. Texas Roadhouse has the buckets of peanuts, but I don't think you can throw them on the ground.
You have to throw them in the
They have a
garbage.
You have to eat the shells like Mary does anyway.
I do.
Go to Five Guys. They got big box of peanut. You got to eat the shells, homie. I don't care what else you do. Cavaliers coming off a win against a very good team Saturday night. They beat the Bucks. Tonight they will play the New York Knickerbockers in New York. 7:30 is your tip-off. So Cavs live pregame starts here on the Buzzard at 7 o'clock tonight. As excited as I was to get former Cleveland Indian Mike Clevenger on my Chicago White Sox, he is the latest guy to be under investigation for domestic violence allegations. I thought he was married.
No. I don't think he was ever married.
So this is the baby mama?
He's got a couple baby mamas.
So he's
Yeah.
making good choices
Because
out
he had
there.
one that he was with when he was in Cleveland, and I think she got upset with him and was airing some of his dirty.
Oh, I thought he
lingerie.
was married.
The
to
one here in
okay.
Cleveland, she is the mother of his two daughters, I believe.
But he's got like a new baby that's like 10 months old.
Yeah.
Well, he's also a famous foliage denier.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't believe in forests. The 24-year-old mother of his 10-month-old is accusing him of abusing her and the baby. She said that he choked her, slapped her, and threw chewed tobacco on their child.
Ugh, that's messed up.
Well, this is when you have to say no. When your kid goes, hey, I want to chew tobacco too, you can't be their pal. You have to be their parent. You can't just acquiesce to everything you want to do, right? You're trying to mold them to be a functioning member of society. You got to look at them and go, you're 10 months old. You can't have a little pinch between a cheek and gums. All you have are gums. And your cheek is so tiny. So I assume that's what happened. I assume that 10-year-old was crying and crying and crying because she wanted to try chewing tobacco. And he said no. And why he threw it at her, I don't know. You know, it's like when your dad would make you go around in the garage and smoke a whole cigar to throw you off cigars and cigarettes. Maybe he was throwing chewing tobacco at her to try to get her off the scent. The source added this story that the White Sox became aware of this after he was signed. Isn't this how it always goes? Like, Trevor Bauer is off the Dodgers, right?
Yep.
Even though I don't know that they determined that he did anything wrong. I think Trevor Bauer was kind of exonerated in that whole thing.
Seems
the girl's
like
texts telling him to choke her didn't work so well in her favor, but Clevenger now is neck deep in this whole thing. So, yeah, okay, he's got 2 kids with 2 baby mamas. That's what's up?
I think he's got 3 kids total.
Because the White Sox grabbed him from the Padres. He left Cleveland to go to San Diego. And then he became a free agent. And again, White Sox are not sinking big money into Mike Clevenger. They signed him to like a 1-season deal. But this is the kind of thing that even the whiff of it, even the stink of it, is like, we don't want to deal with this guy.
Unless you're the Browns. The Browns would be like, come on over.
We will give you all the money we have if you want to play for the Cleveland Browns.
We don't care that you've never played football.
You're a baseball player? Well, we hear you're good at slapping people and throwing things around. We give you some money here. It is $1,000. Chance for you to go fund yourself. These come pretty quickly, every hour, so listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at WMMS.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
You got to be really, really careful because little kids put everything in their mouth. You just have to be really careful with chewed tobacco around a baby.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
It's no good. Alan, has anybody ever explained who Barry White is in this? Yes, Barry White, B-E-A-R-Y. Barry White is the polar bear mascot at Boston Mills Brandywine. And so, because we are nothing if not clever around here, Poundcake's team that he shares with Barry White is called Barely White. And then we have our own teams. Hey, are you prepared to lay out some hot celebrity gossip?
Oh, yeah.
In honor of Mary Santora being in Los Angeles. It's a company town, if nothing else.
Hey, some of this hot gossip might get you into some inner circles because you'd be like, oh, I got some inside sources myself.
She knows stuff that other people don't know. Let's hear it. Don't know.
I said let's hear it.
But I want to know that you have a writing implement ready to take some notes. Or put it on your phone.
Phone in hand.
Phone in hand.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
All right. Well, it's sad news for Poundcake and apparently Mary, too, because their favorite punk band is calling it quits. We talked about it way too much last segment. Panic at the Disco is no more. Brennan Urie broke the news on his Instagram saying he wants to focus on his family, and they will be finishing the final leg of their European tour before hanging it up for good. But according to inside sources, Urie's retirement from Panic at the Disco won't last long because he's going to have to sit through a meeting with Karen at the PTA meeting, and that'll get him back on stage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Marie Osmond opened up about a producer from the Donnie and Marie show that told her 250 people are going to lose their jobs because she couldn't keep food out of her fat face. So it could be worse, Mary. It could be a little meaner than saying maybe torrid. And at the time, Marie Osmond was about 5 feet tall, 5 feet 5 inches tall, and weighed 103 pounds. And after that comment, she dropped to about 92 pounds by doing extreme diets. According to inside sources, there's actually talks of rebooting the Donnie and Marie show. It's going to be a similar variety show, but all the old guests that have since died on the show are going to come back in zombie form, and they have to survive the zombies each episode.
Inside Sources.
I think that's a clever twist.
Yeah, I
would
like
watch
that. That's a good setup. I don't mind that at all.
And then finally, Dolly Parton is doing a rock album. We heard one of the songs. It's still better than Panic at the Disco. And she's teaming up with some big celebrities. She's doing a team up with Elton John, Paul McCartney, but there's one name she'd really like to collaborate with, and that is Cher. And according to Inside Sources, Cher and Dolly are prepared to collaborate on a few different songs, like I Will Always Love Cosmetic Surgery, Seriously, We Need to Turn Back Time, and Do You Believe We Can Still Legally Drive?
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
House of Blues this Saturday night, right around the corner. They got the Dolly Parton disco tour coming through.
Oh, that'd be great if I didn't already have a show on the east side.
On the east side at the Alex Theater?
Yeah, the Alex Theater on the East 9th Street. Because Poundcake thinks that's the east side.
What time's the show?
8 p.m.
Oh, you could get over to the Dolly disco after the show.
There you go.
Very exciting.
Tickets at BillSquire.com.
Listen, not everybody is down with, we've given Poundcake a hard time when he has done the Poundcake Sports Break. Sometimes the names get in the way, and you can't blame, not everybody's going to know every single name. But I do like this anchor in Washington, D.C., who apparently they just threw the sports story on her teleprompter, and she really didn't know any of the names. There's a story about the Vancouver Canucks firing Bruce Boudreau, who was their coach, longtime hockey player, longtime coach, one of the best in the NHL. And they hired Rick Tocchet, who was with the Flyers for a long time. I think they drafted him as a teenager. And she didn't know any of these names. She made the best of it. But people are giving her a hard time.
Former Washington Capitals coach Bruce Boudreau has been fired by the Vancouver Canucks. The team announced the change Sunday, less than a week after President of Hockey Operations Jim Rutherford said major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks. Rick Tocchet was hired as Boudreau's replacement.
Yeah, Boudreau, Rick Tocchet, Canuck.
Just like that long U.
But she didn't know. Yeah. I've never been able to get a straight answer. Maybe our Canadian Bureau Chiefs will know. I've never been able to get a straight answer as to whether or not technically Canuck is considered a slur. Not a slur, but I've heard from people that, it's not a positive thing. I don't know if it's like a hill rod up there. Or what. They got plenty of hill rods in Canada. But, I mean, that's the name of the team. The Canucks. Not the Canucks. Bruce Boudreau and Rick Tocchet.
Love it.
Yeah. So you can't, not everybody's going to know every name, especially when there's a bunch of French ones. These guys are all Canadian. And they didn't, it's kind of been a real mess for the Canucks if you're following that story, because they really kind of unceremoniously dismissed Bruce Boudreau up there in Vancouver to grab Rick Tocchet. So the whole press conference of them announcing this, everybody kind of had their head down, and they didn't go about it in the best way that they possibly could. Because that guy had a lot of wins under his belt. But, I don't know. Whatever. She didn't know what she was talking about. Not her fault.
I know. Whatever.
Whatever.
She was in over her head there.
What are we going to do? I'm going to break. If you want to get a text, 35192 is that number. You can leave messages for us on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, two heavyweights, Gojira and Mastodon, have announced that they're going to go back out on a co-headlining run. They're taking Lorna Shore with them in the opening spot. And they're coming to Cleveland. Thursday, August 10th is when this goes down at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. You can go to axs.com for ticket info. Car 10, you win this pair, Gojira and Mastodon, in August. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of Talk about dumb that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
If you want to get a text in, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Thanks again to Boxley with Stanchion for assisting back there today. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it, specifically if you do it from out of state. Mary is one of our bureau chiefs in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Derek listens in Cottonwood Heights, Utah. I have to think that's suburban Salt Lake City. Cottonwood Heights. Could it get any whiter? Spencer listens in Baton Rouge. Brittany's in Portland, Oregon. Marty listens in Cedar Point, Illinois. And Rob is a new listener in Clarksville, Texas. Cavaliers play tonight. They had last night off, had the night before off. They're going to play the Knicks in New York tonight. They're on the road all week. So 7:30 tonight is your tip-off. Cavs Knicks. 7 o'clock is when the pregame will begin here on MMS. And then they'll play the Houston Rockets. I guess they're getting tornadoes. Your sister lives in Houston, right?
She does.
They're getting awful, awful weather down there. They're getting tornadoes. They're getting rain. Sounds like it's supposed to be a friggin' mess here in the morning.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like an inch an hour of snow starting at 5 o'clock or something. So the drive-in should be a blast for everybody who's got to get somewhere early in the morning.
66 and sunny here.
You son of a bitch.
I go out on their little rooftop terrace break room in the breaks, and I soak in that vitamin D, baby.
Oh, yeah? Well, we get to walk across garbage water from the restaurant.
You're welcome.
Into the bathroom. So we all have our little perks.
Is there some of that down there?
I mean, that's just...
Yummy.
Garbage water.
They're dragging giant bags of garbage down the hall. It's leaking the whole time.
Yeah.
Nobody figures out they're leaving a snail trail. They're like, whatever, man. I'm just punching the clock. They have a rooftop deck there at iHeart Burbank.
Well, it's not really like rooftop, but they have like because they're up on the fourth floor, so it's like this outdoor patio area that has a bunch of tables
like a
and
terrace.
chairs.
Yeah,
it's like
there
a
you
terrace.
go.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's beautiful, and
Nice.
it's 66, and literally every break, I go out there and I just stand in the sun for like 6-7 minutes. I just am like,
Yeah, why not?
soaking it in. It's so nice.
Wow. Where are you tonight?
Tonight I'm at the Comedy Store in the Belly Room.
That's
at
where they
8
sell
p.m.
comedy.
It is where they sell it. You can come purchase your comedy.
Yeah.
Is Liz
yeah.
Blanc on that show too?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I
thought
mean, maybe.
saw-
They don't tell you the lineups
Okay.
until you get
I
there.
thought I saw
so.
that our friend Liz Blanc, who is from Cleveland, is out there too. And I think I saw she posted that she's going to be in the Belly Room at some point. I thought it might be tonight.
This the Overachievers show?
Overachiever show.
And you are an overachiever.
I am. So we're gonna do it.
Do you get on Dalton's show out there? Doesn't he do a thing?
Yes and no.
Oh.
Yes, he does a thing. It's called Comedians You Should Know. That's Wednesday night. I will be at Flappers in Burbank on Wednesday
Flappers. Yeah, all right.
night. Yeah.
All right.
But he and I are gonna get together on Thursday.
Oh, good. Uncle Party.
Get to see a little Uncle Party action.
Yup.
It's been a good trip.
Does
so
Megan Gailey still get up out there?
Megan Gailey has a baby.
I know that. That's why I wondered if she was kind of taking a hiatus from.
Yeah, she still does comedy, just not as often because she's got a little cute little baby. So she's at home.
Wow. Well, someday that'll be you.
No, you're incorrect.
Don't you dream about having babies constantly?
I had 2 dreams about having babies the week leading up to my dad's 2-year anniversary of his death. And I guess that's related, like death and rebirth and all kinds of things that those can, your brain can equate. I don't know, man. I read dream books or just like look it up online and it's like, that's what it is. I don't know.
I've been
Dreams
having a
don't
lot
make
of getting fired dreams recently. And it's freaking
wow.
me out. I wake up, I'm like, oh my God, enough.
How do they do it?
How do they do it? It's not even that specific. I'm just like, I screw up a bunch of stuff and they go,
You're
get
just
the hell.
fired in the dream.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. I mean, yeah.
I've been having a lot of
That's how it works in real life. They go, get the hell out of here. You've been having what?
a lot of sex dreams lately.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Because you're getting in shape.
Well, it's not just like me having sex. It's like a storyline. It's like with people I know, and it's just awkward.
Storyline.
It is. It's just like, oh,
It's a 17-page script.
you know, so and so left me. I don't know what I'm gonna do. You should move in here. I'm like, no, I shouldn't move in here. And it's like
That doesn't sound like a sex dream. That sounds like a
Once he moves
relationship
in.
dream.
But it was weird because one was with a woman and the other one was with a dude. Yeah, it's just nuts. I think I just have a bunch going on, like a lot of things going on with me this year, just like really working and not having time. So I've just been pent up, and no one is safe. Everyone's getting a sex dream at this point. Mary, you're next.
We're not having sex in London. You're out of your mind.
I don't want a dream, not in person.
Oh, that's a big load.
What if it happens?
No.
It's not going to happen.
What if you guys fall in love in London?
Like a Hallmark movie?
Mary was the first woman to make it move, and now she's the first woman to turn me straight.
Love in London.
2 coworkers travel across the world to see their
To see a
favorite
terrible band.
on their farewell tour.
Their eyes met. It was farewell for the band, but it was hello, lover for these 2.
They had to travel all the way across the world to see the person who was right in front of them.
Imagine Mary had to come back and tell Brian that she slept with Poundcake.
Oh, he'd be so upset.
He'd never sleep with her again.
No, we'd break up. 0% chance. We work together.
Well, no, of course.
You're
I'm
gay.
just saying,
I mean,
like,
there's
of
so
all
many
the
complicated-
people.
Right.
You said you said it's complicated.
Like if you and I slept together in London.
Yeah, how would you
there's-
explain
You
that?
can't go on after that. I see you every single day.
You're like, hey, remember I saw you naked?
I saw your
I
butt.
wouldn't make it awkward at all.
Yes, you would.
Like-
You'd like avoid eye contact and walk away all weird.
Well, yeah, I've never slept with a woman before, so I imagine I would probably be a little weird. Because either 2 things are going to happen. Either I really like it or I'm really traumatized.
Dude, it's the best.
Or maybe
should
both.
try it.
I'm like, wow, okay, it was really good, but like I know her, like, and now I see her sex faces. It's weird. Like,
Ew.
you know, it's weird.
I'm not leaving Brian for you. No offense, Cody, but that would be a downgrade for me.
Yeah, but you know where Poundcake went to high school.
Sure
Do
do.
I?
Yeah,
Lorraine?
you probably do.
Lorraine?
No, ill. Sorry, Lorraine people. Oberlin.
Oh, I thought that's where you went to college.
I like how he reflexively goes, no, sorry, Lorraine
She doesn't
people.
listen to the show either.
I'm joking. He
No?
went to Akron. I know.
All right.
That was a joke.
Okay, if you say so.
He went to a vocational school in Oberlin and learned how to carpentry.
I learned how to carpentry.
He did learn how to carpentry. Such good carpentering.
Oh my gosh, 2 times in 2 days?
Yeah, that's right, baby. 2 times in 2 days.
What can I do for you, Ghost Bag?
What do you mean, what can you do for me? Tell me more about them sex dreams, baby.
You weren't a part of it, and I didn't wait. I woke up screaming in a cold sweat, so
now
don't worry
it's
about
time to make me part of it.
it. No,
Oh, don't be like that, baby.
you're not in my sex dreams. Like, that's the one time I can escape. You appearing would be like
Come
Freddy
on,
Krueger.
baby. Come on, sucker. You gotta tell me what's happening in these dreams, man.
Nothing. I said it right there. It was like a person that I knew, and we moved in together, and then, you know, it started just with like a robe.
You put me to sleep, sucker. Get to the sex.
Well, it was just kind of, Like, I don't know. It was straight sex. See, you're trying to get. I'm not giving you the juice.
I'm not falling asleep with this dumb story. Tell me what was happening in that dream.
I did some mouth stuff, and then it moved down to more. And
You did mouth stuff on a girl?
Yes.
Like chewing gum?
No.
Oh.
Not like chewing gum. And then I don't know. My face was all icky, and I just didn't know.
My face was all icky. You son of a bitch.
I think I know the girl you're talking about now, though.
Do you? Well.
All right. I had to slide in because I heard you talking about sex dreams. And I don't want you holding out on me, baby.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know what to make of it. It's been happening like for a couple weeks. I think it's because I'm stressed. So
Did you wake up all sticky?
No, I did pop like a rod, but that's normal. I do that every morning. So I didn't.
It's a new car.
No, I'm talking about
Tie rod.
no, a bone.
Oh, all right. Well, that's okay too. I was just checking in on you. You know, I hear little trigger words. In the
you up here trigger words. Even ghosts get triggered.
That's right. When it comes to you, you're like, oh, I'm having sex dreams. I'm having sex dreams.
Because it's the lack of sex. You should know that, Ghost Bag.
I have never had sex, dummy.
I'm just saying, you would watch me have sex.
That's why I gotta live through other people. Because I'm not alive and I don't have sex.
Oh my God, Ghost Bag, please don't appear in my dreams. Please. It's the one place I have where it's just, I can experiment in peace. Don't pop up.
Well, I don't know where I'm gonna pop up. I mean, I've been popping up this way, but I mean, the more you tell me not to do something, the more I've been doing it. What you gonna do if you see me pop up in a dream, baby?
I will probably just wake up and then go knit or something.
Is that a euphemism?
No.
Knit? Go finish yourself off?
I'm going to finish my Jared Kushner book, and that's all.
Who's Jerry Kushner?
Jared Kushner.
Oh, not the guy that used to do the Jefferson Airplane records?
No.
Oh, all right.
He's the one person I would like to have a sex dream about, and he doesn't appear to pop up in my dreams at all.
Well, he looks like a ghost bag, too, so I guess that makes perfect sense. All right, I gotta go.
Yeah, that is 2 days in a row. That's weird. Listen, inquiring minds wanted to know if there was any element of those sex dreams that involved your ghostly paramour there.
No.
And I guess I can tell them no.
No.
All right. Well, listen, if this London trip goes off the way it's supposed to between you and Mary, there's no scenario in which the two of you would do that, obviously.
Never.
However, I think that the hijinks alone will be worth whatever happens.
I don't know about that.
Alan Lorraine is Poundcake's torrid.
Well,
that's how he reacted to being told that maybe he went to Lorraine High School.
I feel like people in Lorraine will feel the same thing about Oberlin. They don't like Oberlin people, and Oberlin people are afraid of Lorraine, and Lorraine just don't.
Yeah, but they're all the same. What's the difference?
No, it's not the
Oh,
same.
please. Who cares? Once you get on the sticks, who cares?
But Oberlin's not the sticks, and Lorraine
Yeah,
is
it
most
is.
definitely
It's
not
a college
the sticks.
town. Be nothing but corn if it went to college there.
That may be true, but the town where I grew up, it's not necessarily the sticks. But Lorraine most definitely ain't the sticks. It's the hood. They will pull up on you. I need to watch what I say.
That's far west downtown.
Exactly.
Far west side. Leave messages for us if you like on the iHeartRadio app. Got that little red talkback button there.
Mary Santora, how dare you insult hairless cats? They are adorable little gremlins, and they deserve our love too. I hope you are ready to lose more followers. Hate the show.
Oh, boy. I'm ready to lose followers, too, because hairless cats are ugly.
And they're oily.
Terrible. Awful.
I don't
Awful,
think your
awful
followers are
cats.
following you for cat content, though.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Are you thinking about getting a cat?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. No. But when I start my...
You don't think hairless cats are cute ugly?
No. They're flat ugly. Just plain old ugly. But apparently that guy thought that Mary was going to be contending with losing followers.
Well, we lost Mary, so.
Oh, yeah, we did?
Yeah, I don't know where she.
Yep, I think she lost connection.
Oh, okay.
Because I just seen her give it. It was like empty chair. I was like, I wasn't talking about her. I didn't have a sex dream about Mary. Why is she getting up and leaving?
Well, hold on. Let me try here again. Hold on. I got her there.
Hello?
Hey, what happened?
What happened? What happened?
Hey. Some guy said you were going to lose followers because you hate hairless cats. And I said, well,
Wait a second.
put me in that group.
No, what happened? Okay, yeah.
I don't know. You got disconnected, Bill said.
Yeah,
I didn't see you disconnect. We just didn't hear you, that's all.
No, I couldn't hear anything. It was completely silent on this side. There was no sound coming through. My mic wasn't working, nothing. And then whatever you just did brought it back.
Did you? Yeah, I paired you again, but I didn't know that you had gotten. Did you hear that guy's message?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I was out
didn't.
looking for the engineer.
I
I literally
see.
just
Mary
walked in the room.
Santora, how dare you insult hairless cats? They are adorable little gremlins, and they deserve our love too. I hope you are ready to lose more followers. Hate the show.
No.
Whatever. They're ugly, dude.
Yes, they are. You are correct
So
about
are
that.
pugs.
Well,
I feel like
pugs are, I mean, evolution is going to take care of pugs. You
Yeah,
read all
but-
these articles about how pugs aren't going to be a dog anymore in 10 years.
My brother has a pug. It might have died. I don't know. But they were like obsessed. Oh my God, how cute is Haley? How cute is our dog? I'm like, dude, your dog is nasty looking.
Except they can't breathe and they
Right.
can't, yeah. Thanks to inbreeding, bulldogs and pugs may not exist much longer, was what I was reading. That
My
they're,
ex,
gonna go away.
My ex wanted it. Was it not an American bulldog? The what's the target dog?
French bulldog?
No, it's
What?
Boston Terrier.
Spud McKenzie?
Yeah,
You want one of those?
it was a bull something. But he wanted that, and they're so inbred that they're like genetically like the worst dogs.
Oh, yeah. The article I was reading was a veterinarian said, we love them because they're like hitting the lotto. Because we have to do so many things to keep them alive. But they're like, but they suffer from the day they're born.
Yeah, that's not good.
They don't breathe properly. The skull is weird. It's like, they got all this skin that's folded over their heads. And so I guess if that's enough to put up with, just to have a cute dog, plenty other cute dogs who don't hate their lives. But there's that. I want to get into this tiny woman, but I'm pretty close to a break here.
Oh, it's a good tease.
Did we all see the story about the guy who's dating the girl who's 23, but she looks 8?
Yeah, she's like 3'10".
Yeah, because she had cancer as a kid, and so she looks. And this guy is trying to pass it. He's in England, and she's in Long Island or something. And I don't know if this feels very manufactured.
But what is she supposed to do though? Like, any guy she dates, they're gonna have an issue with. Like,
She's supposed to go out with Andy Milonakis.
she has to find someone else equally that looks young. Equally.
Yeah, but he looked like a high schooler. She's like 3'11" and looks like she's 8. I just don't know. This guy's like, anybody that has a problem with it, it's because they're dehumanizing her and she has a right to blah, blah. It's like, yeah, bro, everything you're saying is correct. But you still got some weird kink or something, how anybody could look at this girl and go, Foxy.
Well, she's a cute girl. She's attractive.
But she looks like she's
like
8 years old.
Yeah, she looks like your niece. You can't.
But at the same time, what is she supposed to do? She's
Exactly.
what, 23?
23 years old, yeah.
She's not ever supposed to date an adult man?
No.
That's not fair to her.
Sorry. Well, life ain't fair. Who said life was fair?
She's supposed to catfish third graders.
Right.
Right. Yeah, she had childhood brain cancer or something. That sucks.
She's overcome enough. Let her have a husband or whatever.
Well, I don't think this is. I think this is all manufactured because, like, the dude's in England and she's in Long Island, and it's not gonna. I just remember being in line at Cedar Point a few years ago, and there was a guy who I thought was with his daughter, and it wasn't even as extreme as this. It was just a really tall guy and a really short girl, and they were right behind us in line. We're in line for Millennium Force. You're standing there like 4 hours. And they were making out. I was like, oh, my God, because I had assumed it was his daughter the whole time. Imagine being this guy. Like, look, bro, I get trying to make a point, but your eyes do present things to you. And to look at this person and go, she deserves X, Y, and Z. Yes, you are 100% correct. But you still have to look at this person and go, hey, she's foxy. Anyway, I'll play you some of the audio coming back here. But I do have to take a break. I will have another spot on Bill's Polar Blast team when we return. Next Friday night, we go back to Boston Mills Brandywine after a 2-year hiatus for the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race. And Big Billy's Bottom Boys, last team that we need to get some combatants on, some competitors, some downhill dandies. I don't know. So we'll put you on Bill's team coming back. I will have another $1,000 for you as well coming up at 5:30. So listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy.
seems real. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Well, she's all you'd ever want. She's the kind I'd like to flaunt and take to dinner. But she always knows her place. She's got style, she's got grace. She's a winner. She's a lady.
Another $1,000 for you coming up here at 5:30, so listen for that next keyword to grab a grand. I guess I've missed, I'll play this here for you. I guess the show over on TLC is called I Am Shauna Rae, and it's the second season of it. I must have completely missed the first season of this. But the premise is this girl is 23 years old, but because she had cancer as a child, it has stunted her growth. And so now she looks and sounds like an 8-year-old. I'll play this for you on the live stream if you're watching, just to really drive the point home, because the story today is about the guy from England who's dating her. And again, this feels very manufactured for the show. But if you're that guy, and I don't know who the guy is, but that's a hard word to wash off. You can make all the, yes, she's 23, that's true. The facts are facts, but, you know, perception is reality too. And I don't know anybody who'd want to walk around, you know, with public displays of affection with this girl. I don't know. So I'll show you a little bit here if you're watching the live stream for this I Am Shauna Rae show.
This season on I Am Shauna Rae. I want to go for that one. What are you doing? I'm Shauna Rae. It's my house, my rules. Gotta go slow.
Could you imagine her at her 21st birthday party? She's tipping back.
No, I can't. It's really.
So I'm saying it's very, very, I mean,
I'm just like
off-putting.
any other 22-year-old. What? How is she 22? But there's one tiny difference. You're 21, right? I look like an 8-year-old child. I was born with brain cancer and then went through rounds of chemo, and because my pituitary gland was affected, I got stuck at 3 foot 10 inches. I still can't see the road. We used a little booster.
Nobody would believe your driver's license.
No.
Like the ID that you show them to get a drink at a bar, no one would believe it. I mean, at this point in your life, you have cameras following you around, so you would explain that and go, so they tell you the story. But for the rest of your life, you're not going to have cameras following you around. You have to tell your story, and no one's going to believe you.
Clips.
This is the show I used to be on.
Today I am taking my first driving lesson. We're gonna go into traffic.
Go straight.
I don't want to go out into traffic because I don't want to die.
Stop.
Today I'm video chatting with a man named Dan that I've been connecting with lately.
Hello.
Hi. Dan is an entrepreneur from Wales.
This is the guy.
Yeah.
He's an entrepreneur from Wales that we did not cast at all for this. She what?
She should be working with Chris Hansen.
Right.
Dude, for real, though.
Yeah. They don't have to get like a young-looking cop.
Mm-hmm.
They can just get this girl.
I can't control my horny level. I'm actually going to be in the US very soon.
What's his angle?
They could pretend to be anybody.
Exactly.
My matchmaker contacted me about a guy who had pituitary dwarfism, so she thought it could be a potentially good match.
Hi.
I'm a little nervous to meet someone who's gone through something very similar.
Anyway, it's too much. It's too much. I can't get my head around it. Yes, she 100% deserves to have a great life and find someone. But you're going to have to end up with right there, the dwarf. You're going to have to just settle for a dwarf. Plenty of regular-sized women or usual-sized women settle for men all the time. They do it all the time. My wife settled for me. She's going to...
Why is being with a dwarf settling?
What?
Why is being with a dwarf settling?
Because I think even if you're tiny like this girl, it wasn't your life's dream to be with a super short guy. I don't think that has to do with your height.
Okay.
You're however tall you are, and you don't want a short guy.
Right. But I don't.
So I think
a short guy is settling.
No, I know, but I'm just saying I don't think that changes in an extreme case like this either. You would think it was settling if you couldn't find a guy at a height you liked.
No, because I've dated plenty of dudes who are 5'8".
But I notice you're not with them anymore.
No, but I was engaged to one. He was like 5'9".
Well, he broke that off.
He broke that off.
Well, he broke that off.
Right.
So the guy from Wales is the guy that's making the headlines. And I'll show you some pictures of this guy in the live stream here too. These are the pictures of this guy.
Prince Harry.
You know? There he is. So everywhere you go in public, people are going to go, "Oh, your daughter is lovely." He's going to go, "Nope, this is my girlfriend." There's just no way around that. He says that it's awful to dehumanize her by assuming she can't have a relationship with somebody. And again, this is all correct. It's all 100% correct. He saw her on TLC, sent her some flowers and a card, and that's how they connected. But holy cow.
I feel bad for her. I feel like
I feel awful for her.
Bad for her.
like that
Yes.
shouldn't. That
It
sucks,
shouldn't,
man.
but
that
it's
sucks.
tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
It's one thing to be short. It's another to look like you're 7 years old.
Yeah.
And so everybody's giving this guy a hard time. But again, he's going to be in and out. This is just for the show, right?
Okay, but what if it isn't? Why can't he love her?
He
Why
can.
can't he be
I'm not
interested
saying
in
he
her?
can't. He can, but he lives in Wales. She's in Long Island.
They have a whole show called 90 Day Fiancé where this kind of stuff happens.
Yeah, those all work out great.
A lot of those people are still married.
Yeah, but a lot of them aren't.
But all I'm saying
I mean,
is
don't
that
they have
you're-
another? Don't they have a whole nother show about what a nightmare that whole thing is?
Yeah.
They're like after the 90 days when they hate each other.
When they hate each other, then they have like
and those are normal
90
sized
day
people.
singles dating now. Like it's
yeah.
I'm
not
just
all
saying
of them are
it's
normal
not
size.
crazy that someone like in her situation would have to find someone in Wales. Like the people on 90 Day Fiancé might be a little weird, they might be a little fat, they might be a little ugly. Like, but they're still, like you said, they're not stuck physically at age 8.
They're
so I
not
don't
at suck it. What?
stuck
Oh.
stuck physically at age 8. So I think that that's not crazy to think that she would have a hard time finding someone to be with.
I know, but
On
the
Long
whole thing-
Island? You know how long Long Island is?
It's
There's
one of those
nobody in
things-
Bayshore.
It's one of those things too where you have to be curious. Like, okay, is he with me because he looks at me and can see past us and see that I'm a 23-year-old?
He's got a kink.
Or yeah,
Anybody can say that, Bill.
but
Would you? Do you think
but there's
the girls
different
date
kinks.
you?
This
Do you
is an
think the girls date
extreme-
you because they're into fat guys.
But this is an
That's
extreme
fine.
case.
I'm a adult fat guy. It's a child. She looks like a child. That's really hard to get my mind around.
And by the way, Bill couldn't care less if somebody's into big guys. Right? Who cares?
But I'm saying for his example would be like, do you feel insecure in relationships because you're like, are they only with me because I'm a big guy and that's their type?
But this
Or
is
do
an
you actually like
extreme
me
This is
for
an
me?
extreme situation.
There's
Listen,
no way
I don't
around
mind
this
being
being
someone's fetish. But if your fetish has to do with, like, is their fetish pedophilia?
Right.
That's a
My
different
whole
level.
point is
Why don't
does
they
it
make
have
real
to be
dolls
a
for
fetish?
kids, you know?
Why does it have to be a fetish?
But you don't know if
Why
it is or
can't
not.
this guy just be like, hey, I appreciate you as a person.
He very
watched
well
the
could
show.
be. But I think if you're that girl, you have to wonder, but does he have, I'm going to need to see his hard drive, you know? Like,
Your search history. I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna need to put
Yeah.
you through the Brian Walsh situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. How to destroy a body for parts if I need to.
5 a.m. on January 1st, research how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body.
How to start the party.
Start the party.
There's nobody in Bayport for her. There's nobody in Massapequa, Amityville, Levittown. She's out there in Long Island. All these little towns. Nobody in Ronkonkoma for her. She got to go to Wales. She met a guy online.
I'm just saying.
Nobody in Deer Park.
Listen, I understand
Hicksville.
everything that you're saying, but there's still a lot of.
I think it's because I feel so bad for her. This girl has not had an easy run. And
No.
now
I know.
she finally finds a dude that she might have a connection with, and everyone's like, he only loves you because you're tiny, like a baby kid.
Like
and
a
that
baby
sucks.
kid.
That sucks, dude.
I would feel weird watching the show, let alone dating her. I'd feel weird watching.
But she's a person. All she wants to be is treated like a 22-year-old person.
I understand that, and she's 100% correct.
Well, I'm going to treat her like I treat all the other 23-year-olds and just leave her alone.
And that's fine. That's true. 23 is still young. But if you were 24,
Damn Gen Z.
However old this guy is,
Well, I'll then I would treat her how all the 23-year-olds treated me when I was 24 and be left alone.
Anywho, it's called I Am... What the hell's it called?
Lorna Shore.
No. I Am Rae, not Addison Rae. That's somebody else. I Am Shauna Rae. And this is the second season over there on TLC.
There's more learning over there.
Yep. So much learning on that learning channel. So there it is. And she has admitted that she's confused about the guy who finds her so attractive. As you know she would be. She reveals how she susses out the creeps who want to date her. She's got her own plan. I've developed the ability to spot someone who may not have the best intentions because they give themselves away. Their questions are very focused on my physicality. They're learning about me like I'm a specimen in a lab.
Okay, but she also needs to keep these to herself so that they can't
avoid it.
Yeah, so they know what triggers her. Now they know, like, okay, don't talk about this stuff. Just try to, but they're so perverted that they probably can't help themselves.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 as promised, a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there with the talkback button.
Hey, gang, listen to Friday.
What?
Someone just messaged and said that she sounds like Ghost Bag.
No, she does not.
I didn't get that.
That was funny to me.
Hey, gang, listen to Friday's show. I noticed Bill does this joke about Alan's mom dating a lot. And I know it's funny, but when we were joking about you dating grandma, you got really serious about that. Like, this isn't funny, blah, blah, blah. Like, you got, like, very rogue, like, angry about it. And it's like, jokes are jokes. You can joke about Alan's mom redating after his dad died, you know? All right, bye.
All right. Yeah, well, I was living with her at the time, and people were making it into a joke that I thought was disrespectful to grandma.
You know, I used to live with my mom,
better.
Bill.
Yeah, but who's going to live with her now?
Nobody.
No, I just thought it was really disrespectful, and I'm allowed to set boundaries. And if Alan says don't make these jokes about my mom anymore, I'll stop. We all have boundaries on things that we don't joke about, and when we set them, we all acquiesce.
Not me. I've never gotten sad on this show. I'm tough as nails. Never cried. Joke about anything.
Feels like an extreme case.
Sure.
Yeah. Did anybody, when they do the Oscar nomination, it's really early in L.A., where Mary is. 5:30 in the morning is where they do this because they're kind of setting it up for Pacific time. So it's on the morning shows out east. And so they got Riz Ahmed, who is a British actor, who does some very fine work, and Allison Williams, who's currently in that movie Megan. And they were reading out the nominees. And I didn't even know that this was this morning until I saw the write-ups on it. And, the usual complaints and the usual attaboys and all that over who gets nominated and who doesn't. I couldn't believe, though, after everybody just popping a rod over it all year, that Jordan Peele and Nope got nothing. For as over the moon as people were about that movie, he got nothing. Didn't get sound editing, didn't get director, Keke Palmer didn't get Best Supporting Actress, nothing.
Were people
It's
their jeans over that? I felt
over
like it
Nope?
I felt like it got really mixed reviews. Like
I
people
thought
loved
it was
and hated it.
I thought it was crazy overrated.
That's what I mean.
But the way they were talking about it critically, I thought for sure, because obviously the Oscars, it's become a cliche now that it's a bunch of movies people don't actually go see. Like Top Gun Maverick got nominated for Best Picture, but that's just throwing a bone to a movie that people have actually seen. All Quiet on the Western Front, I didn't even know that thing was out yet.
Wait, they did a remake of that?
Yes. The Fabelmans, which is the Steven Spielberg thing, and that Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is supposed to be really, really good.
Fables.
I would like to see that. I just haven't. Elvis, the Baz Luhrmann movie, Avatar got nominated for Best Picture. But a bunch of movies, a couple of them that aren't even out yet, by the way. And I was just really surprised. Nothing for Jordan Peele or Nope.
Do you think they had to nominate Avatar? Like knowing what it took to make it, that they're like, yo,
they nominated.
Get nominated.
Maybe. I assume that they just threw the bone at Top Gun Maverick because they're like, fine, we'll nominate a movie that people actually went to go see that made money. It's like they're allergic to commercial productions. But I want to play a clip here because this is when Riz Ahmed had to announce Best Animated Short Film.
Up now, the nominees for Best Animated Short Film. The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse.
Oh, by the way, if you have kids, watch The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse.
It's good?
Oh, my God. It's like 35 minutes long. It's on Apple Plus. We watched it over Christmas. Just stumbled on it. It's so good. There's 4 characters, 4 voices. I think it's like Gabriel Byrne, Idris Elba. If you have like a little kid, watch that cartoon. It's unbelievably sweet and kind of funny. It's dynamite. And it's only 35 minutes long, I think.
Up now, the nominees for Best Animated Short Film. The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. The Flying Sailor. Ice Merchants. My Year of Dicks.
What is it supposed to be?
The movie is My Year of Dicks.
That's the name of the movie?
Yeah.
And an ostrich told me the world is fake and I think I believe it.
Yeah, the only thing, normally that would have been the title that everybody laughed at, but it was preceded by a movie a woman did about when she was trying to lose her virginity in her 20s called My Year of Dicks.
That's animated?
Yeah. You go watch it. It's free on Vimeo. It's right there.
Crazy.
Yep. It's not that long. Yeah, so
not a Pixar film.
No. I think that, I was just surprised about the Jordan Peele thing. I think Angela Bassett is the first person to get an Oscar nomination for a Marvel film. I think that's a bone they threw at her. They're like, fine, we'll get it out of the way. Angela Bassett deserves something anyway. It just so happened she was in a Marvel movie.
She should have got it for playing Tina Turner.
They probably should have gotten it for a bunch of things.
Yeah.
But I think they're just starting to, I think that's just another bone that they threw at, but no female directors, and they made a big show about that over the past few years. They were nominating all these women for directors and blah, blah, blah. But if you want to see My Year of Dicks, it's Oscar nominated.
Film.
That's right.
No.
I thought it was about a guy who got a job selling sneakers, Bill.
Hey.
All right, I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com is where your pictures come up, and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com. Win a pair of general admission weekend stadium passes to Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival. May 25th through the 28th at the historic Crew Stadium in Columbus. Foo Fighters, Tool, Avenged Sevenfold, and Kiss. Godsmack, Rob Zombie, Queens of the Stone Age, Deftones, and many more over 4 epic days. Get to SonicTempleFestival.com for tickets and more info.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
What's up, guys? It's Poundcake here for Orange Theory Fitness. Now, when you start working out, you find out a lot of things about yourself. For example, I am a back sweat guy, but I also found out how hard I can push myself and that I don't give up easily. Is that you too? Then take the challenge with me. Your first class is free. Head over to OrangeTheoryFitness.com for your first free workout. That's OrangeTheoryFitness.com.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Klaban of the Klaban Auto Stores. Rich, it's the Start Something New sales event.
That's right, Jeff. This month, choose from a wide selection of new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokees, $4,000 off MSRP, or 2022 Ram pickups, $7,000 off MSRP.
And why Klaban?
Family owned and operated for 50 years with a team of people who care, doing what's best for every customer, earning their trust every day.
Experience the difference at the Klaban Auto Stores. Visit Klaban.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in Cleveland, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/Cleveland. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
0 down and a $500 trade-in bonus. It's going on now at your Mazda destination, the all-new Mazda of Kent.
We're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? If you don't, it's 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. And that iHeartRadio app. When it works, boy, it is fantastic and so fun to use. And have I mentioned free? Won't cost you one thin guilder to use that iHeartRadio app. Cavaliers play tonight. If you are not near the radio, you can listen to that on the app as well. Cavs in New York to play the Knicks, who just lost one of their radio guys. These guys that can't keep it together, they are first and foremost job creators when they get, they screw themselves out of a pretty plum gig and then somebody else is going to come in and do it. Remember a name, Hubie Brown? Remember Hubie Brown? This guy,
Yeah.
He's like in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
He's like 90 years old.
Yeah. This is his son.
Okay.
Hubie Brown's in, he used to coach the Hawks, I think, or something in the 70s. It was a big deal, though.
I mean, I think his last coaching gig was Memphis.
Yeah, Grizzlies in the early aughts. Brendan Brown was fired by the MSG networks. He was one of the Knicks play-by-play guys. And I guess a handful of people had accused him of verbal harassment. And lost his gig. So they're going to have a rotating cast of characters doing the Knicks games. Yeah, he hasn't put out any kind of statement. Because why say anything, man? I mean, you know, just keep your mouth shut, and who knows? What's the old saying? You can stay quiet and let the world assume you're a fool, or open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Even I knew that one.
What does that mean? Uh-oh. Better say something or everybody's going to think you're dumb. Takes one to know one. Classic Simpsons moment.
Even Poundcake knew that one.
I've heard it before.
Yeah, it's a good line. I don't know who to attribute it to, but it's great. So, yeah, Brendan Brown, who was play-by-play there with Ed Cohen on the Knicks radio network, is out of a gig now. Along with, who's the rest of his team? Monica McNutt.
She got it.
Alan Hahn, John Wallace, and Wally Shearback are all going to be filling in here. So there you go. He's been with the Knicks radio team since 2008. You know, and you have to figure organizations, I was going to say especially sports, probably not especially sports, but more now maybe than they used to. Even sports organizations now. They don't dick around. Because these gigs are few and far between, and so they're like, we don't need the hassle. Don't need it. We'll bring somebody else in, pay them way less. There's always somebody else who will do it better and cheaper.
There's
somebody looking for their come up.
That's happening with Adult Swim. They just announced that they're getting rid of Justin Roiland, who was one of the creators of Rick and Morty. He does the voice of Rick and Morty, and they're like, yeah, we're going to find someone else because you were grooming 16-year-old girls.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't watch that show, so I didn't know what the story was on that.
Yeah, it was pretty gross
so
stuff.
He's the creator of the show?
Co-creator, yeah.
Wow.
With Dan Harmon.
Domestic abuse charges.
So there's the domestic abuse charges, and that led to a bunch of people sharing DMs that he was sending them that were pretty gross. And some of the girls were 15, 16 years old when he was messaging them, being like, oh, I'm so drunk right now. What is he doing right now? Like, just...
What's drunk?
Oh, this guy does a handful of cartoons.
Yeah.
He does Solar Opposites.
Yeah.
Which, man, I cannot get into that. That is a singularly laughless cartoon from what I've seen. And then Koala Man just premiered on Hulu.
I haven't seen Koala Man. I don't mind Solar Opposites, but...
Can't get into it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You got to wonder, like, at what point do you go, hey, man, I'm the guy behind Rick and Morty, and then you get a full head of steam, or were you just a dick before
it's
that?
Crazy popular. That show was huge.
Right, but not with 16-year-old girls, is
no,
it?
with 16-year-old, but like, you don't have to.
I thought Dan Harmon created Rick and Morty.
He was the co-creator.
Oh, they both created.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's
Rick and Morty to me.
It's a popular show,
but isn't it mostly popular with dudes?
I mean, it's got people like girls like it too. I mean, it's not
they might watch
not
it
nearly
with their,
as many. It's probably
their older brothers or
skews.
something.
Yeah, it skews more towards women, but I think there's a lot of still. I mean, when it's that popular of a show, even if 20% of your audience is female, that's still millions and millions of people.
Yeah. And so he was DM 16-year-old girls.
Yeah.
Boy, imagine that. Hey, you're cute. I do Rick and Morty.
Well, he was
I
like,
mean, even if
he
you
would
like the
kind of
show,
act like
like,
he
do you
was
care?
He was kind of like mentoring, like fake mentoring this one girl, and his nickname for her was Jailbait. So like he knew he was playing with fire, and like she released a lot of direct messages that he sent, and he's like, "Hey, my girlfriend and I are gonna be in town. You should come hang out with us." Blah blah, like just weird stuff.
Wow. Oh, so he wasn't a married guy.
No.
Okay.
No, this is his girlfriend that the domestic abuse is. It was domestic abuse, and I think he was holding her, or like kidnapping in a way because he wasn't letting her leave the house, stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus, what is up with these dudes? I mean, seriously. No wonder that 23-year-old girl is freaking out over dudes hitting her up.
Yeah.
She's got a double whammy.
She's got to go to Wales to find a normal one.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I don't understand. Just make the cartoons. Are you like bored making cartoons?
No, they
didn't they just sell some massive Rick and Morty order to Adult Swim or something?
In 2018, they signed like a 70 episode
Yeah.
order, and they're like not even halfway through it.
Well, they might have some in the can. It just might not be.
No, but I'm saying like it's basically they got renewed for 7 seasons, which is insane.
Unheard of.
Yeah.
So what happens when something like this happens? Because they have to, otherwise they're going to get sued if they don't provide the episode. So do they just get somebody else and
that's what they did. They
force them to
recast.
sell?
They're going to
Okay.
recast them as they're going to get new people to do, because all over TikTok there's people that can do Rick and Morty's voice, so that they'll find someone that can sound enough like them.
Hey, send me your best Rick and Morty.
Mm-hmm.
We'll pay you $100 an episode. Dan Harmon will run away with all the money. They'll be like, yeah, we'll give you, we'll pay you a little bit.
And Dan Harmon's had his troubles too, because he was being real, not anything like this,
Not
but
creepy,
he was being pretty abusive to some people on his staff and was harassing someone. So like,
I was thinking
he had to like do a whole mea culpa too.
Gwen and I were talking about this because she came from television and film. She used to be a producer on Jerry Springer and on Judge Mathis, those kinds of shows. And I got my start producing morning radio in Chicago, and you got screamed at all the time. All you got was screamed at. And now, again, she and I are 10 years apart, but things didn't change that much in that amount of time in the business. And it's so utterly foreign now. People getting into this now have no idea what it used to be like, and it was just baked into the cake. You were like, well, this is what toughens me up. And it wasn't like it was personal comments. They weren't like insulting you or anything, but it was like high pressure situations, things that need to be created and produced and put on, things that just a very, very high pressure situation. I mean, Gwen was working like 90 hours a week when I first met her when she was working with Jerry Springer. It was like, am I what?
Are you referencing Dan Harmon being mean to staff?
I think the rap
staff nowadays don't really get it.
Yeah, the rap on Dan Harmon was that he was just a real taskmaster. And you simply, in this day and age, you could not get away with that anymore. And I'm coming from the perspective of somebody who, I'm saying to me, that was never a big deal. That's just what it was. That's how you got a thick skin. Your boss throwing carts at your head to get you to pay attention or whatever it was, right? Whatever you did, it wasn't good enough. Had to be done quicker and faster and better. And that's how you learned. Now, that was never my vibe to pass on to people I worked with down the road. Some people really keep that cycle going. They go, well, this is how I learn. This is how you're going to learn. That just wasn't my vibe. That's why I'm so unbelievably easy to get along with. People think I'm a prick. I am the furthest thing from a prick.
And you don't even have any carts to throw at us anyway.
That's what you think.
That's right.
You took me over to Heinen's.
I think at a certain
threw
point.
me in a cart. Pushed me into the east
but
knife.
then I pushed you around and we had fun.
Well,
I was doing wheelies.
Stuff like that
and-
happens over on the east side.
Rascaling around on the east side.
Yeah. So, but that could never happen now. Because you don't know who you're dealing with. Like, you just have to be a cool guy and, unless you were working with people that were your age, unless you were working with people who came up the same way you did and they kind of understood. But you just can't take that chance. So it's like if you're doing a cartoon and you're working with a bunch of young animators
and writers and stuff.
and
too.
writers and
Yeah.
everything, all the creative people, I mean, things move on and you're not going to be hiring 50-year-old guys to script your cartoon. So you have to, that would be a real hard transition for people who operated that way for a long, long time. But back in the day,
Is Dan Harmon an older guy?
He's probably
he's
50.
mid-40s,
Yeah.
I think, yeah. But it's like back in the day, it wasn't even, because all of us in those positions, if we all got together or whatever, we all had the same war stories.
Yeah, he's 50 years old.
We were all working for different hosts. But everybody, it was early 90s. Everybody was throwing stuff and screaming because they wanted things the way they wanted them to be. They weren't calling you names, or it was just, I need this now. You're like, okay. And you wanted to do well because you wanted to, earn your keep. But things do change. And so I feel the pain of older people who are kind of like, these goddamn kids, man, you say anything to them and they get all weepy. And I feel their pain. But the bottom line is that's what it is. So you can't just ignore where a group of people are coming from.
I mean, I saw that a lot with my dad this is a show business, but on a construction site, he was yelling at people constantly. And I got yelled at all the time by him and other guys. And it was just, and I probably got it less because I was the boss's son, but I still hated it and didn't want, I was like, oh, this is terrible. Why would I ever want to do this job?
Well,
so I got out of that business as fast as I could. He wanted me to take over the business. I'm like, no, it makes you a miserable person. Why would I want to do this?
Yeah.
Like my first job outside, well, I guess it wasn't really outside of high school. I had a carpentry job. I had an apprenticeship, and I was working under this guy. And again, my teacher really liked me. He wanted to give me like a chance and prove myself. And I wanted to prove myself too because I had some things to prove to myself. And so we go out to this job site, first time working in carpentry. And it was so, I hated it so much, but I didn't want the owners to know that. And he just yelled and screamed, and like I just took it because I already had like low self-worth. So him yelling at me actually kind of made me feel good because I'm like, oh, this is what I've been feeling on the inside for so long. Now it's manifesting.
Someone recognizes
It was because like you feel like you need to be
This
punished.
guy's going to make me feel like a scumbag, and I love it.
So he was like punishing
Tell me I'm filthy.
Yeah, and he was just like, oh my God, you're awful. You never give me things here fast enough. Who taught you? Blah, blah. He would just scream in my face. And then by the end of it, I only worked for him for maybe like 4 days because then I went to like summer camp. I only worked for him for like 4 days, and it was 4 agonizing days. And by the end of it, he was like, you were one of the most respectful people I've ever met in my entire life. He was like, you can't, I'm not going to say what he said, but he said, you can't work worth a shrimp or he said, you can't be a carpenter worth a shrimp, but you're one of the most respectful people I've ever met in my entire life. And your generation, I lost hope, but he was like, you're no sissy. And I was like, I got it from like the meanest person I've ever met that I'm no sissy. That's all I needed. And I was off to summer camp, and I was like, I'm not going to be a carpenter, but I'm no sissy. So 4 days of just...
And then you showed him.
You became...
That guy told me I wasn't a sissy.
But and I thought it was literally just me. I was like, wow, he really hates me. Like, this dude is just on one. And then my friend ended up working for him like the next summer, and she was like, I don't understand you. She's like, I don't understand how you tolerated that. I was like, I was only there for 4 days. She's like, he's awful. She was like, I quit on the spot. He was, and she was a good carpenter. She was a great carpenter. So I was like, oh man. So it wasn't just me. So all his words just like didn't mean anything. I wasn't that respectful, because he would just yell at me and I would just take it. And I'm just like, whatever, man. I'm just going to do my thing, do the best I can, because my mom told me to be always respectful.
I got in trouble. I worked in the foundation room at House of Blues, and there was, I mean, you're talking about that demographic. Older men with a lot of money was a lot of the demographic up there. And if they would talk to me like that or be pissy about the way their drink was made or something like that, I would snap back at them. So if they were rude to me, I'd have something to say. And I had several talkings to in my boss's office where he's like, you cannot talk to people this way.
Right.
Like, they are the customer, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, but he's being rude. He called me incompetent for not making his Negroni the way that he wants it, blah, blah, blah. He's like, they pay a lot of money to be here.
Yeah.
He's a 70-year-old man who's been drinking a Negroni every day for 50 years, you know. I was like, whatever. You're not gonna treat me that way. You're not gonna dehumanize me because I didn't put enough ice in your drink.
This is supposed to be 1 part gin. What is this, 3 parts gin?
Right. This is ridiculous.
The worst Negroni I've ever had. Where's the Campari?
It's also one of those things where, you know, I remember moments where my kids saw me in a stressful situation, and, you know, whether it was driving and someone cut me off or something like that, or someone got her order wrong, and I was very calm about it, and that stuck with them. They're like, okay, we treat people in the service industry with respect. We treat, you know, we don't road rage, because that doesn't lead to anything good. It's pointless. And I don't think they're perfect when it comes to road rage. I think they got a little bit of that, but they at least understand, like, I'm not someone that yells if I don't have to.
Right.
Well, I just think from like my experience growing up with the whole gay thing and like black thing, I knew I was already like a double minority. So coming into this thing, I was like, what are they going to say that hasn't already been said? There's nothing, like, especially if I was dealing with like low self-esteem, they're not going to say anything that makes me feel any lower about myself. So in a way, in an objective way, it kind of prepared me for what was to come, because people say stuff to me all the time and they're like, I can't believe like people speak like that. I was like, oh yeah, they treat me like a lower life form. But I was like, but I'm not. And they're just jelly.
Show some RESPICT.
Alan, my dad told me about an old boss he had. My dad was behind in a deadline, and his boss threatened to bend him over the copier and butt F him.
Oh.
If you don't have this on my desk tomorrow, I'm going to bend you over that copier. He's like, what? How is that? What? Yup.
That's just the boss's fantasy. Just gets real.
So you better be late.
Yeah, he's like, please don't make the deadline. Yeah. Please don't make the deadline. I don't care what happens. Please don't make the deadline. I'm going to have that copier repairman in here, and he's going to watch. I got to take a break. Want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192, 630. Next chance for you to grab some money. Next keyword to go fund yourself, so keep your ears open for that. Cavs tonight, 7:30 in New York to play the Knicks. 7 o'clock is when that pregame gets going here on the Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your